minutes, so I request everyone to kindly be seated. Thank you. Good morning again. Hosting this esteemed audience who has taken the time to be here is an honor. On behalf of ASDC, I, Asim, with my co-host Richie and Minu, will be joining us at a later stage. We warmly welcomes you all on this Partners Forum 2022, which is made possible by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Road Transportation and Highways of India, National Council of Vocational Education and Training, National Skill Development Corporation, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturer, Automotive Component Manufacturers Association, and Federation of Dealers Association. We are very excited to host this event physically after a gap of 2 years. We are sure that your thoughts, leadership, and discussions will encourage our attendees and delegates who will benefit immensely from your experience in the automotive sector.
The theme for the ASDC Partners Forum 2022 is Sahyogita se Atmanirbharta, which reflects the unique mandate of New India envisaged by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, and provides an opportunity to reflect on various skill development initiatives undertaken in collaboration with industry and partners ecosystem. This forum also offers a unique opportunity for the automotive community to come together under one roof and explore ideas that will promote skilling, upskilling, reskilling, and training of trainers across new technologies, which could support the growth of automotive industry and provide better livelihood to the youth of the country.
Before we proceed, we would like to invite our guests on this stage to conduct a traditional lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. May I call upon Mr. Rajesh Agarwal ji, IS Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, Mr. Ved Mani Tiwari ji, CEO and Acting CEO, NSDC, Mr. Vinod Agarwal ji, MD and CEO, VE Commercial Vehicles Limited and President ASDC, Mr. Vinkesh Gulati ji, Partner United Automobiles and Treasurer ASDC, and Mr. Arindam Lahiri ji, CEO ASDC.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. With this auspicious beginning, I would now like to invite Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer ASDC, for the welcome address. An astute business leader and passionate motorhead, Mr. Gulati is the current president of FADA and has been associated with FADA for over 10 years. He heads United Automobiles, which is state-of-the-art dealership of Mahindra & Mahindra and Bajaj Auto. Mr. Gulati is also the Senior Vice President of United Groups of Institution, which imparts degree in engineering and management courses. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gulati.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. A very early morning, we are here at 10 o'clock and happy to see a physical event happening and the hall is full. Arindamji, your team has done a wondrous job. Congratulations. So let me start the event. Rajesh Agarwalji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Ved Tiwari, CEO and Acting CEO NSDC. Sir, thank you for coming over and gracing this occasion. It means a lot for us. You both always support us. And obviously, Vinodji, our President, thank you, sir. So welcome to ASDC Partners Forum 2022, organized by, obviously, Automotive Skill Development Council. It gives me immense pleasure to be among the various training partners, assessment agencies, industry partners, content partners, and various other skill training implementation partners. This is one annual event we always look forward to because it actually shows how involved our internal and external team is. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I feel this last time we had in 2019, so it's been 3 years, and no doubt COVID has, I'll not so washed away 2 years. It has given us a lot of earnings, a lot of virtual training to us also to understand how digital happens, and no doubt, but we missed these events for the past 3 years which happened, but still. So this is a forum for exchange of ideas, best practices, mutual collaboration. And frankly, this is also an input session for us to understand how ASDC can grow further, where all we can innovate and understand what our partners need and adapt to the changes, what is coming in the industry today. Because you all know there are a lot of disruptions happening in the retail side, in the manufacturing side, and overall because of the supply chain issues. The importance of these skills, what was there 3 years back, has changed drastically. Today, for anybody in auto retail, the most important skill is how to purchase spares or how to manage an ancillary, whereas it was not very important 3 years back, because that time it was more how to market a good product or retail a product. But today, if you are not able to produce, there's no fun in marketing or retailing. So that's how the things have changed in 3 years, and here we are to learn how to adapt to these disruptions and continuing. So like I said, thank you everybody for coming in. Welcome again, and we look forward to a very interactive and an enlightening session today. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for welcoming everyone and setting the context. I will request Arindam, sir, to welcome our guest with a bouquet. Please, sir. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Now let me invite President ASDC, Mr. Vinod Agarwalji, to say a few words. As industry veteran with over 41 years of rich experience in automotive sector, He currently serves as Vice President, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturer. He is MD and CEO, Commercial Vehicles Limited, which is a Eicher Motors joint venture with AB Volvo. He is also a non-executive member of the board of directors of Eicher Motors Limited. He has been recognized with several awards for his contribution in the commercial vehicle industry. Sir, the stage is all yours.
A very good morning to all of you present here. I'm extremely honored to be part of this Partners Forum. Firstly, I would like to cordially welcome our chief guest, Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development Entrepreneurship, Shri Bedmani Tiwari ji, officiating Chief Executive Officer of National Skills Development Corporation, and Shri Binkesh Gulati, President FADA and Treasurer of ASDC. We are honored to have such eminent personalities present here today. The Indian automotive industry today is in the forefront of global industry practices, both in terms of adoption of the latest technology, as well as fostering innovations through integrating safety and performance of vehicles produced in India. The industry stands tall in supporting the initiatives of our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. In order to continue its leadership position, it needs a constant source of skilled manpower, as well as focus on upskilling and reskilling of the existing workforce. The theme for this year's Partners Forum is Sahjogita Se Atmanirbharta, which sums up the need for the collaboration of all stakeholders, industry, Government of India, training institutions, potential candidates to collaborate, and this is what we believe will have a significant contribution in building the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Industry linkages by ASDC on different areas of sport, including training, technical knowledge transfer, content, including digital content, is a priority. As an example, in our company, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles, we have developed e-learning content series on basics of automobiles, which is open to access at ASDC portal by all college students, aspiring auto professionals, as well as interested people to enhance their knowledge and understanding. We have also been assisting ASDC in developing syllabus for specialized training programs to align closely with the industry perspective. ASDC certified technician database has been quite useful for the automobile industry. In road transportation domain, ASDC and its members exhibited good progress in driver training, road safety education, and driver health care. Eicher Group Foundation made positive impact on drivers' welfare by screening over 1 lakh commercial vehicle drivers for vision and hearing health care across the India. The auto industry worldwide is undergoing significant disruptions due to rapid changes in technology and integration of various technologies. One of the significant areas being the rapid adoption of green mobility to help towards a more sustainable world. Significant initiatives have been undertaken by Ministry of Heavy Industries towards incentivizing these new technologies under production-linked incentive scheme, including a specific focus on advanced cell chemistry for the batteries to support the faster adoption of electric mobility. Skill development initiatives have to keep pace with the same to ensure that adequate quality and quantity of skilled human resources are available to meet the demands of the industry. While we use the most efficient and sophisticated machineries in our factories, the usefulness of the same is best only when we have skilled workforce to manage and maintain this equipment. ASDC, in line with its alignment for Skill India mission, is an is on a path to work in close coordination with the automotive industry to fulfill this objective. Focus on quality of training processes as well as rigorous assessment are an important cornerstone of this mission, and I'm quite confident that ASDC will continue to remain focused on the same. The recent announcement by the Government of India under Agniveer scheme is a welcome step to empower the youth of this country to get the finest opportunity to be trained in the most desired life skills. These Agniveers will be an asset to be further trained on the relevant technical skill areas and deployed effectively within the industry. This is expected to solve the challenges of lack of employability, skills amongst fresh hires in the industry. I am certain that ASDC will be able to play a significant role in helping these youngsters to be trained on technical skills relevant to the industry and help them be linked for various livelihood programs within the industry. I will also take the opportunity to also share some of the key achievements of ASDC team during the past 1 year. Number one, complete revision and rationalization of qualifications, National Occupation Standard for more than 100 job roles relevant for the industry. Continued availability of digital content from industry as well as qualification aligned, which has been accessed by more than 50,000 learners through the learning management system. Key partnership with the industry aligned initiatives, recognition of prior learning for independent market mechanics for commercial vehicles, four-wheelers and two-wheelers have been carried out in partnership with Timken India, Castrol India, Hero MotoCorp and others. Next is focus on international collaboration for training of trainers. Then cluster-based training of trainers at Aurangabad Auto Cluster with knowledge partnership with GIZ Germany under Sankalp initiative of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Electric vehicle training of trainers in partnership with MPTC College of UK under initiative of FCDO UK. Focused promotion of National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme and achieved close to 60,000 apprenticeship contracts under optional trade for the year 2021-22. Advocacy and promotion for green mobility, Industry 4.0 applications, vehicle scrappage and road safety at various events and forums. In collaboration with State Transport Authority of Odisha, Red Cross and GIZ, ASDC has undertaken implementation of training of 30,000 first responders to attend to road crash victims during the golden hours starting November 2021. I am hopeful such initiatives can be scaled up in partnership with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and various state transport authorities. ASDC looks forward to this very fruitful collaboration with our partners, the government and stakeholders. I am certain that ASDC will continue to contribute significantly to upskill our workforce and in the long run positively impact on the quality of our automobiles. I look forward to very enriching conference ahead where we can initiate important discourses and come up with better ideas and solutions that add to our manpower and skill program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. We look forward to your guidance and support as we continue to engage with the industry for the outcome-driven programs. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor for the event, Mr. Vedmani Tiwari, COO and Acting CEO ASDC. Mr. Tiwari has over 30 years of experience across public and private sector. He is credited with various innovation and business model in the financial and technical domain, such as unique social marketplace-led model for Kochi Metro, setting up EV power transmission development business in the Latin America are among others. Sir, can we have you on this?
Thank you so much. Shri Rajesh Agrawal ji, Secretary, Ministry for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Vinod Agrawal ji, President ASDC, Shri Vinkesh Gulati ji, Treasurer ASDC, and my friend Arindam Lahiri. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. When Arindam reached out to me that he's organizing an annual partners forum, and the theme is Sahyogita se Atmanirbharta, I was reminded of my own Atmanirbharta. When I was a child, and whenever we planned to go out, even if it's a trip of 100 kilometers, my father will hand over the keys to me, go and check water level in the car, and spark plug and whatnot. And it was like a project that traveling by your own car was a project in those days. From there to here, where we can go even a cross-country trip, and we are totally Atmanirbhar. This has been made possible only because of the one theme that which automobile industry has run really very well is a partnership theme. Any automobile manufacturing industry is a classic example that how a value chain where several providers of that value chain come together and deliver a car which can be trusted by users is unbelievable. I always say that whenever we buy a car, automobile is a high cost purchase by any user. It's a very, it's a prized possession. You associate, a lot of emotions are attached to it. But just see that we don't really look at what type test, what sort of acceptance test, etc. the vehicle has gone through, because of one thing that the industry is known for its quality and the reliability. As a matter of fact, the automobile has, whatever we see today in manufacturing is actually came out from the automobile industry only. Starting from Ford and then Toyota, the entire manufacturing industry is because of the automobile industry. And in that context, when I see the lineup of discussions that this forum has designed for, one is strengthening the skill process, and new skilling opportunities where EV and CNG is being talked about, and the whole lot of disruption that Mr. Gulati and Mr. Agrawal talked. What I see is that automobile is today at that juncture where it will lead the entire new manufacturing world, which is unfolding in front of our eyes. Especially because of the acronym CASE that we talk about, connected, autonomous, shared and electric. These are 4 words, but they are going to disrupt not one industry, but all the industries. When we see connected, the 5G technologies, and also the personal devices, the connectivity goes from a mass of cars operating in any particular domain to a personal device of user of that car. And also, the whole AI ML framework that will come with the autonomous, which will be continuously improving the way the cars behave on the road, is going to be a path-breaking thing. And I'm sure that the way the Fords and Toyotas guided the entire manufacturing world, the automobile industry is again going to lead. The demand that they are going to place on a telecommunication industry through 5G, the demand that they are going to place on data companies through for AI ML, the demand that this whole paradigm is going through autonomous that is going to build will lead to a lot of new innovations in those areas. And that is why India is at a very interesting place, because for the first time in our history, we are being considered as a serious player in the manufacturing space. To be honest, until few years ago, I thought that we have missed the manufacturing bus, and we are only going to be the screwdriver manufacturers of the world. But thanks to our honorable Prime Minister, who has such a vision that through PLI incentives, the manufacturing is back into India, and India is back into the manufacturing. So this next decade is going to be India's decade, and where the skill ecosystem, the narrative that we have to have is now skills for all, anytime, anywhere. Because as I talked, that connected, autonomous, shared, electric, will call for range of technologies, range of skills, which will touch every single individual who will grow into this in the next decade, will need reskilling, upskilling, and skilling is a big theme. And under the leadership and guidance of our Secretary Shri Rajesh Agrawal ji, we are developing a Skill India digital platform, which will provide opportunity to be democratize the skilling itself. And especially so in the context of that, lots of new technologies will come into picture. It's not only about, right now the country is experimenting with blended fuels, then we are talking about the simultaneously electric is happening, the fuel cell technology is on the horizon. None of us are sure that what direction the future is going to take towards us, but whichever direction the future takes, we as a nation has to lead this entire initiative, and this will happen from the people who are in this room. And when you go back to your teams, you have to give this message that we have to truly transform the way we have been doing the skilling. I heard that we have not only the trainers and assessors here, we also have a content providers. Content providers have to play a very big role, and our secretary has a lot of emphasis on content, because the democratization, the mass scale skilling only will happen when we will be able to deploy new age skillings in the audio visual domain, 3D, AutoCAD, and AR, VR. If we deploy them big time, I can assure you that Skill India Digital will be able to support all those efforts. I would welcome all of you to come and share your ideas with us, so that we can take this skills for all as a revolution, which will guide all the industries in days forward. While we talk about Atmanirbharta, typically the context comes to our mind is that it is all about the independence of the country in terms of the supply chain. But I also believe that India is also witness to another revolution. What is happening is that because of the path-breaking initiatives that the government has taken, now because of Saubhagya scheme, every single household in this country is connected to electric power. That means that majority of India will experience its mobility electric way. It is exactly the same way that as I see that in two domains. If you see the identity domain, India is the one country which straight away leapfrogged and went to a biometric identity through Aadhaar. It again it happened earlier in terms of telecommunication, that most of the Indians never saw a PSTN telephone. The huge majority of India only saw mobile phones. And exactly the same thing is going to happen in terms of mobility, that majority of India will experience its mobility in the electric way. Why? Because there is one big change when it comes to electric vehicles. In IC vehicles, the engine was a big entry barrier. You need billions of dollars to develop an engine, and that's why the old three-wheelers could survive for 30 years, and Hamara Bajaj could survive for 20 years without even a round horn change, because the entry barriers were so huge. But electric vehicles are like 20 years ago, the personal computers were being assembled in the Chowdi Bazaar. Anybody could bring in a hard disk or RAM and could assemble this thing. Exact same thing is happening in the electric vehicle, because anybody can assemble an electric vehicle. You don't have to be and everything is available in the market. You can go to online and can buy every single component. This last Saturday, I was in Ranchi, and I went to one of our training providers' place. They have recently set up a facility for assembly of Ola electric two-wheelers. And I asked them that how many days you take to train somebody for assembly of a two-wheeler. That fellow told me 7 days. In 7 days, somebody is trained to assemble an two-wheeler electric vehicle. That is the simplicity of the electric vehicle. And that is why I say that billions of electric vehicles, because of another thing that happens is that electric vehicles will come in all shapes and sizes. From 1% to 20% Jugaad vehicle, all kinds. India is a master in Jugaad, and massive Jugaad technology you will see in the electric vehicle. that calls for a lot of rethinking on our part. We have recently seen a lot of cases of electric vehicles catching fire. Because I come from railway industry, I have dealt with battery for a good number of years in my life. Battery is a very complex technology. Whichever form of battery we are going to use, they are going to be a challenge for all of us. Everything else, I'm sure we will be able to solve. The battery is going to be a challenge, and that will lead to can lead to a lot of serious issues in the psyche of the users. And that is where this gathering in this room has to come forward and think of that, how do we do a right skilling of the people? Even the user has to be told. It's no more that mechanic has to be skilled. Even the user has to be skilled about how a particular equipment is to be used. Otherwise, what will happen is that if a fear gets created, we will never be able to overcome. So that is one thing that I would like that the deliberations here should focus on this, that what kind of a user skilling that we require. The other thing that I would like to mention here is that it's not a Atmanirbharta about meeting India's need. India has to lead the world, and that is why the industry 4.0 or whatever technology comes forward, we have to become the manufacturing hub of the globe. So it's truly a global opportunity, and we should see only from that perspective. I'm seeing the global opportunity also in another domain, that NSDC has set up a subsidiary company because of the inspiration provided by this our secretary and the honorable minister, that to find the opportunity for skilled professionals abroad. And we find that globally there is a shortage of skills when it comes to driving the vehicles are concerned. It's a truly global opportunity, and I would request here in this room that how do we develop the content for global opportunities for our skilled professionals. Last but not the least, I will request that Skills for All is a movement, Skill India is a movement, and I would request the gathering in this room, and you are the business leaders. The Skill India is a mission which will not be, which requires effort from everybody. All the business leaders here, I would request that we are very keen that businesses come forward and join Skill India mission. And for that, I will work with Mr. Arindam Lahari so that how Skill India can benefit the businesses that is rolled out. I would also request that the industry can help the Skill India movement, not only from the perspective of providing jobs to our skilled professionals, but also writing new standards for the upcoming technology, creating content, and also your CSR initiatives can also probably, if they be directed towards the Skill India, it would be, all of us would have served our purpose and to this great mission that our Honorable Prime Minister has launched. I would wish good luck to the forum for the deliberations, and thank you so much ASDC for inviting me to share my ideas here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insight. We continue to seek your guidance and support as we scale various skill development initiatives in the automotive sector. I will now like to welcome our on stage our chief guest for the event, Mr. Rajesh Agarwalji, IAS Secretary, MSDE, Government of India. He is an IAS officer of 1989 batch, Maharashtra, and has worked across both central and state government. His experiences span across various departments. Sir, just few lines for you. Various departments and ministries, including Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Election Commission of India, and Ministry of Finance. I will request everyone to welcome him with big round of applause. Sir, please.
Yeah, morning friends, I'm very happy to be here. I never prepare any speeches, so जो मन में आता बोलता हूँ. तो कल भी मैं यहाँ पे था. कल ब्यूटी वेलनेस सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल ने एक योगा डे पे ऑर्गेनाइज किया था, एंड दे ऑर्गेनाइज ए कन्वोकेशन. तो उसमें जो योगा के इंस्ट्रक्टर्स और स्टूडेंट्स थे, उनके न्यूरोथेरेपी वाले थे और ब्यूटी वाले थे. एंड इट वाज वेरी इंस्पिरेशनल टू सी कि कई 60-65 साल के टीचर्स भी थे जिन्होंने सर्टिफिकेशन लिया और कैप्स पहन के आए, कन्वोकेशन कैप्स पहन के, और बच्चे भी सारे। तो कन्वोकेशन सेरेमनी, ग्रेजुएशन सेरेमनी, ये सिर्फ IITs का क्यों होना चाहिए, ITI के बच्चों के क्यों नहीं? दे हैव टू बी गिवन द सेम प्रेस्टीज एंड रिस्पेक्ट इन द सोसाइटी। तो ये भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी पिछले महीने रिव्यू लिया था हमारे डिपार्टमेंट का, तो ही स्टार्टेड बाय सेइंग दिस कि अवर ITIs आर नॉट एस्पिरेशनल, अवर स्किल सेक्टर इज़ नॉट एस्पिरेशनल। कि बच्चे थोड़ा, ही सेड कि बच्चे छुप छुप के जाते हैं ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, बहुत खुशी से नहीं बताते मैं यहाँ पे पढ़ रहा हूँ। तो आप इसको इंस्पिरेशनल बनाइए, कन्वोकेशन करिए, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स को बुलाइए, जो बताएं कि भी मैंने भी ऐसे ही कोर्स किया था, अब देखो मैं लाइफ में कहाँ पे पहुँच गया। तो यस्टरडेज फंक्शन वाज लाइक दिस। सो माय रिक्वेस्ट इज़ कि अगला प्रोग्राम आपका भी ऐसा कन्वोकेशन हो जिसमें हम तो सरकारी आदमी पर अच्छे इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स को बुलाइए आप, हाँ, जो इंस्पिरेशनल हो। तो कल मैंने एक एग्जांपल दिया कि वन बुक विच हैज़ इन्फ्लुएंस्ड मी लास्ट 3-4 years इज़ होमो सेपियंस। मैं उसका बच्चों को थोड़ा एग्जांपल दे रहा था। एंड 2-3 weeks ago आई वाज इन नेचुरल हिस्ट्री म्यूजियम इन वाशिंगटन, और वहाँ एक परमानेंट एग्जिबिट है एवोल्यूशन ऑफ ह्यूमंस। एक बड़ा लाइफ लाइक मॉडल था वहाँ पे लूसी का, विच evolved 3 million years ago, which could jump from tree to tree and it could walk on 2 feet. So they said that walking on 2 feet was which actually started the evolution. They could travel far distances. They could travel to other continents also, which the apes could not do. So mobility is important. And then Sumerians invented wheel about 5,000 years ago. आपकी दुनिया तो पहिए पे घूमती है ना पूरी. So that invention happened about 5,000 years ago. And humanity moved from horsepower to steam power locomotives, and then fossil fuel powered 19th century Ford, and then somewhere bicycles also came along. And now we are moving from fossil fuel to EV. So there is an evolution, and mobility is very, very important for humanity, right from evolution to day-to-day life today. And luckily or unluckily, in our country, both passenger and freight movement is mostly road-based. So that is where your industry is basically. So it has both pros and cons. And I will touch upon 2 themes, green and skilling. The word green makes your industry see red, absolutely. सरकार ने 15 साल पहले बोलना चालू किया इथेनॉल मिक्सिंग करो, सबने कहा इंजन की प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगी, बहुत खर्चा होगा एंड ऑल। अब गडकरी जी कह रहे हैं 10% नहीं, मैं तो 100% वाला मुझे हाइब्रिड चाहिए, हाँ, कि नॉट ओनली 10%। देन 6-7 साल पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि ग्रीनिंग करना है, अपने पोल्यूशन नॉर्म्स यूरोपियन से भी टाइट करने हैं। सो BS4, BS6, BS6 engines, BS6 fuel. So I was my last posting was petroleum. So, and I was on board of BPCL and ONGC. So उधर ये था कि बहुत खर्चा हो रहा है पेट्रोलियम कंपनीज का BS6 में जाने में. Your industry says कि that is a costly affair. But we have only one planet to live. If we lose the planet, nothing survives. So regardless of the cost, anything which pollutes badly has to become green. Now, obviously, there's a competition between EV and hydrogen to some extent. We don't know after 10 years which technology will win. Maybe hydrogen may have breakthroughs. Maybe we will start only heavy vehicles with hydrogen first. So I was on petroleum sector, so a lot of money is going into actually hydrogen research also. Billions of dollars within India. Outside, very few people know, but the money is being pumped into hydrogen research and hydrogen plants, runs into multiple billions in the country. So, which may be outweighing actually the expenditure on EV research in the country. So that is one part, that's where your industry has to sort of bite the bullet and see the writing on the wall and make sure that you become greener and greener. Second, on the green side, I remember 7-8 years ago when ride sharing started happening and Uberization started happening, and a lot of articles कि कारें बहुत कम हो जाएंगी दुनिया में, one taxi can take the load of 15 privately owned cars and all. But that somehow resulted in basically movement of people taking public transport to private transport also. That reverse movement also happened. And after pandemic, the whole thing of personal vehicle has again come up. So that is one part. Second, when we talk of skilling, we have to see your entire ecosystem. So you're not only selling cars, the ancillary industry is also very big. And without naming, obviously all of us know that some auto manufacturing companies make more profits in sale of spare parts than sale of new vehicles. Some companies actually make more money in selling insurance, vehicle insurance, than actually the profits on new vehicles. So it's a whole big sector, and we need skilling in all the parts. मुझे भी अपनी प्राइवेट कार ठीक करानी होती तो मैं ऑथराइज्ड डीलर के बजाय आजकल सरोजनी नगर के रोड साइड पे जाता हूँ. वी सी फिनोमिनली स्किल्ड पीपल डूइंग वेरी गुड वर्क. तो उसमें भी अपन लोगों ने मिलकर करना चाहिए, चाहे ये सरोजनी नगर वाले बंदे हों, चाहे तमिलनाडु और केरला और बाकी जगह पे टू व्हीलर एसोसिएशंस हों. वी हैव मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल हु आर वेरी स्किल्ड वर्कर्स जो रोड साइड पे काम करते हैं, अच्छा काम करते हैं, बट दे हैव नो सर्टिफिकेशंस. सो आरपीएल हम थोड़ा थोड़ा फिट्स एंड बिट्स एंड पीसेस में कर रहे हैं, फिट्स एंड स्टार्ट्स में, बट वी हैव टू मेक इट मोर सिस्टमेटिक और मन से करना है. ये थोड़ा सा हो रहा है सरकार डंडा मारती, चलो थोड़ा सा 1000 बच्चों को सर्टिफिकेट दे देते हैं, बट इट हैज़ टू कम फ्रॉम हार्ट. एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द इंडस्ट्री members present here to work on that aspect. Your industry also runs on that. You need all of that ecosystem, authorized, unauthorized, जैसे भी workshops हैं. That is one part. Second was on the content part. I was very happy to see, to hear Vinod Agarwal ji saying कि जो भी वो content बना रहे हैं, public domain में डाल रहे हैं. So आप कई कंपनीज का कंटेंट बहुत अच्छा बना हुआ है. मैंने मारुति का देखा है, हीरो होंडा का देखा है, पर वो सारा कई जगह इंटरनली यूज़ हो रहा है, पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं है. सो आई हैव बीन रिक्वेस्टिंग मैनी ऑफ देम, एंड मैनी ऑफ देम हैव एक्चुअली पुट इट अंडर कॉमन क्रिएटिव्स एंड ओपन इट टू पब्लिक. सो अरिंदम को मैं बोलता रहता हूँ कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सबके पीछे लगे रहो, सो दैट कंटेंट बिकम्स टू द एक्सटेंट कंपनीज विश इट मोर एंड मोर पब्लिक. एंड देयर हैव बीन मैनी बेसिकली कैंपेन्स इन द पास्ट. आप देखते हो कि डायमंड इंडस्ट्री ने जो 30-40 साल पहले कैंपेन चलाया था, सब अंडे वालों ने मिलकर कितना 25-30 साल पहले चलाया था, मंडे हो या संडे रोज़ खाओ अंडे. सो इट वाज ए जॉइंट कलेक्टिव कैंपेन विच ग्रू द इंडस्ट्री. तो वैसा एक कलेक्टिव कैंपेन हमें ऑटो सेक्टर में नहीं दिख रहा. सो आई टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू कि इस तरह के भी कुछ कैंपेनिंग, चाहे वो स्किलिंग में हो, चाहे ग्रीनिंग में हो, विच अल्टीमेटली help all of you, some sort of joint campaigns. तो वैसा भी लेना चाहिए. पीएम साहब ने पिछले महीने हमारे इसका रिव्यू लिया, तो हम लोग बता रहे थे, मंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि हम एजुकेशन और स्किल्स में 200 चैनल चालू करने वाले हैं, डॉल की 13 चैनल स्किलिंग के होंगे. देन पीएम सेड आपके कई बार टीवी चैनल पे ना ज्ञान दर्शन वगैरह पे बहुत बोरिंग कंटेंट होता है. देन ही गेव एन एग्जाम्पल. ही सेड मैं 5 साल पहले IIT मद्रास गया, तो वहाँ उन्होंने मुझे वेल्डिंग का दिखाया कि ऑटोमोटिव में वेल्डिंग कैसे करते हैं, वो गॉगल्स वगैरह पहना के. तो देन आई सेड कि ये तो अभी एक्सपैंड हो रहा है AR VR. एंड अरिंदम कीप्स ऑन टेलिंग मी दैट मारुति एंड वॉक्सवैगन हैव एक्चुअली डन इंडस्ट्री वैलिडेशन ऑफ दिस. अदरवाइज आप नॉर्मली 30 पीसीस देते हो वेल्डिंग के, बच्चा वो करता है वर्कर, फिर आप उसको असेंबली लाइन पर डालते हो. और अगर ये आपने AR VR से करवा दिया उसको, तो फिर आप उसके बाद सिर्फ 10 एक्चुअली पीसीस पे करवाते हो, एंड ही इज़ एज गुड एज द अदर पर्सन. सो इट इज़ सेविंग ऑफ टाइम, एफर्ट एंड मनी. तो मैंने ASDC को रिक्वेस्ट भी किया कि इस तरह का कंटेंट बना के AR VR भी आप उसको ओपन कर दीजिए, सो दैट देन अदर ITIs और स्किलिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स और ऑल योर इंटरनल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स, दे हैव टू स्पेंड ओनली ऑन द हार्डवेयर गैजेटरी एंड नॉट ऑन द कंटेंट. AR VR कंटेंट इज एक्चुअली द सॉफ्टवेयर इज and the costly part. Before the actually Agniveer scheme was announced, we were in touch with the military forces कि हम उस 4 साल में उन बच्चों के साथ मिलके उनको किस तरह की स्किलिंग दे सकते हैं. Aviation and shipping apart, the army runs mainly on the technical workforce में auto related workforce बहुत ज़्यादा है उसमें. So my request is now आनंद महिंद्रा साहब ने अनाउंस किया है कि वो भी कुछ को लेंगे, तो so now the question comes कि 4 साल बच्चे ने आर्मी में काम किया, व्हीकल वाले किसी चीज़ पे काम किया, तो उसको हमने सिविलियन लाइफ में लेके आना है. आप सबकी कंपनीज हैं, फैक्ट्रीज हैं, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा उसको रीस्किलिंग अपस्किलिंग चाहिए होगी. तो उसमें वी शुड स्टार्ट वर्किंग टुगेदर राइट अवे, एंड वी डोंट हैव टू वेट फॉर 4 years. रेगुलर फौजी भी बाहर निकल ही रहे हैं, तो उनसे भी शुरुआत करते हैं कि कैसे करना है. एंड देन व्हेन दीज 4-year guys start coming out at a younger age, they will be good fit for your industry also, and we have to work together with the forces on that also. I guess I have finished my quota of 10 minutes or so, but this is a good forum to talk to you on all these issues, on green issues, which are very important for the country at the moment, energy security issues, and the skilling issues. Because if the youth is not gainfully employed, all the demographic dividend can very quickly turn to demographic disaster. We keep on talking about it, but auto sector with all its ancillary sector, and now lot of unicorns have come in. We have Car Dekho and all, etc. They are members of it. So the whole sector is expanding in multiple fashions. So more and more content, quicker content, and maybe ASDC is changing the content quite fast. बट हमने DGT सिस्टम में तो अभी हम कम करवा रहे हैं. आज भी जो कोर्स चल रहा है हम 40 घंटे कार्बोरेटर पढ़ा रहे हैं उसमें, तो अभी हम कार्बोरेटर को 40 घंटे से 2-3 घंटे का कर रहे हैं. सो द टेक्नोलॉजी चेंजेस, वी हैव टू चेंज द कंटेंट ऑल्सो. एंड ऑल्सो वन मोर पॉइंट, लास्ट पॉइंट फ्रॉम माई साइड, I must appreciate that ASDC has taken steps on teacher training very well. And your industry has done very well to actually do a lot of internal teacher training also. And औरंगाबाद पुणे में भी कोर्सेज चल रहे हैं which are actually with the German help also, and जो 3 महीने में वो टीचर तैयार हो रहा है, they are also getting the dual certification of from Germans, so that they can actually go to Germany and start teaching. That they get that trade license also. So that's a way to go. So Ved was talking of global thing, etc. So global teacher movement also, or worker movement also, both are required. So I will stop here, and best wishes for this event. And I have told a little bit of my wish list. I hope Rindam and his team will carry it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insight. We are inspired by the vision and the roadmap you have set for us. We are committed to help create a robust skill development ecosystem through sustainable public-private partnership, which will contribute toward the success of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We would like to take the opportunity to felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal. I request Mr. Vinod Agrawal to do the honor. Now I request Mr. Vinkesh Gulati to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Vedmani Tiwari. To felicitate Mr. Vinod Agrawal, I would request Mr. Ramashankar Pandey, Managing Director, Hella India Lighting Limited, and ASDC Governing Council member, to do the honor. I now request Mr. Sachin Gupta, CS NSDC, to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Vinkesh Gulati. I would now request Mr. Arindam Lahiri and Mr. Ramashankar Pandey to join us on the stage for a group photograph. So please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, may I call upon Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO, Automotive Skill Development Council, to share updates regarding ASDC. Mr. Lahiri has 3 decades of diverse experience across manufacturing and education domain. His expertise across the startup ecosystem, strategic planning, supply chain, industry-led training and development, alliances and partnership has significantly contributed to the growth and development of ASDC. Please welcome Mr. Lahiri.
This will work, no? This will work.
A very good morning to all of you. Good morning to you, sir, Honorable Chief Guest Rajesh Agarwal ji, Vedmani Tiwari ji, Acting CEO NSTC, Vinod Agarwal ji, and Vinkesh Gulati ji. Thank you for, I think, a very enlightening session for the audience today. In terms of the priorities that we need to focus on, I think our growth path for the future will be guided by your direction and suggestions as we move forward. We're very happy to share with you that our unified regulator in the skill ecosystem, NCVT, has also awarded us as an approved awarding body for the automotive sector with all the approvals. When we look at setting out our future, every time we do that, and every year when we do that, we need to go back to our vision and mission statement for the organization. And this is the very, very, I would say, focused effort that we need to make to ensure that we create higher value addition in whatever we undertake in terms of our activities in skill development, skill training, which can create which can create better productivity and also make more jobs available for the entire ecosystem utilizing the capital created through efficient utilization of resources in the various factories. Making skills aspiration, I think Secretary Sir has already, in fact, he started with that, his speech. How do we make skills very aspirational? This is a very high priority for each one of us at ASDC as well, to ensure, and we'll take your suggestion, sir, that the next event that we are doing will be focusing on how do we do a formal convocation and get some role models from the industry to kind of inspire the students who are starting out their journey. Therefore, honoring and celebrating the skilling achievements. So ASDC's purpose is higher value addition through skills training, creating greater capital, which leads to increased economic activity, which further adds to the job that we need to service through skilled manpower. If I look at some of the key success factors that we want to utilize in terms of our strength, I think we have the complete commitment from the industry, from our 3 nodal agencies that we work with, SIAM, ACMA, and FADA, who have already been involved in a lot of skilling, and we work very closely with the associations and its member organizations to ensure credibility, reliability, and robustness of the skills assessment process. When we call a person skilled at a certain proficiency level, we need to ensure that it reflects truly the assessment, proficiency assessment that we do. And of course, skill competitions. While we've been doing the National India Skills Competition, I think there's a need to enhance and create a more competitive environment around competition. Taking a cue from what Secretary Sir has just said, in terms of how do we make it aspirational. Today, when somebody is preparing in the education space, when they are going through the journey, each one of them talk about competitive exams, they are preparing for various competitions, etc. The skill training student is not part of that kind of a conversation today. You know, he doesn't have a goal to, or a platform to prove himself or herself. We have, of course, the India Skills platform, but how can we break this down further at state level platforms with a larger focus? Of course, India Skills will be the pinnacle of that, but we could do much more. And even at the school level and the college level, that we could promote this for skills activities. Some of the focus areas is how do you create more recognition and acceptance of the various national skill qualification framework levels, strengthening the whole assessment process, reworking on question banks, AI-based proctoring, digital assessments, tamper-proof certification process, career progression in organizations. So not only does he use NSQF as an entry-level qualification, but also for further promotions in the skill hierarchy in an organization. How do we integrate it with the National Skill Qualification Framework? And of course, international alignments of the various standards and certification, what Vedji has just spoken about in terms of the mobility of the skilled workforce across the globe. It is very important and pertinent to note that our standards and certifications will have to be globally aligned. And I can assure you that we're completely in sync with that. In fact, when we started with the training of trainer program at Aurangabad, and we were to work with the German Chamber of Commerce and align our assessment and standards with their requirements, we figured out that we were almost there, and we just needed a few tweaks to ensure that we are globally aligned. And when we do these things today, we take it by as a default that we are going to use this for international purposes as well. These are the 5 pillars of growth that we focus on, and we will continue to focus on at ASDC, which is strengthening of the skill infrastructure. Infrastructure requires both hard infrastructure in terms of tools, equipments, etc. that are required, as well as the soft infrastructure, which is the quality of trainers. Having a very inclusive skill supply chain, Towards the end, I will use my own personal experience in the automotive supply chain that I started my career with to look at how do we create a similar human resource supply chain effectively working for the automotive industry. And unless we are able to master that, I don't think we'll be able to master the human resource requirement in the same way that we have done in terms of our material requirements for producing automobiles in this country. Employee skill upgradation, which is the existing employee skill upgradation, upskilling and reskilling, identifying the skill inventory in an organization. We are very focused on having a parts inventory in our organization, and we break our head on this as to why are we holding I would say old stock and stuff like that. We need to have in our industry practices a system of skill inventory so that we are very sure as to what kind of inventory do we have matching our requirements of skills in that particular organization. International skill linkages, and of course skilling for the future, because that future is constantly evolving and constantly changing. So unless we keep skilling for the future, somebody who is starting their journey today for the next 30 years, we will not be doing a great service to them because we can't, as sir keeps referring whenever we meet about the carburetor example in ITIs, you need to be able to move on from CRDI to MPFI to all other newer technologies that we have in terms of IC engines also, because otherwise he will not be relevant for the marketplace. In terms of skill and training infrastructure, obviously we're looking at industry-based partnerships, working with industry associations. We've already worked with 2 industry associations on the training of trainer programs, one in Aurangabad, one in Pune. We're talking to a similar, to another, leading industry association in down south about how we could use their partnership with them to develop and deliver certain programs. Strengthening training of trainers, partnering with local and state governments to align with their priorities, and also close coordination and partnership with equipment providers, many of whom are present in this room today. Equipment manufacturers like Carolina and many others, LG and many others that we constantly work with, because it's important for students to get used to the kind of equipments that they will be exposed to when they are in the industry. In terms of an inclusive supply chain, automotive industry is very cluster focused. We have different clusters in which the automotive manufacturing happens, and we need to ensure that we identify the relevant cluster association and we work with them. So Belgaum Casting Cluster Association, Bidar Auto Cluster, which focuses on servicing of vehicles. These are some of the cluster associations that we are deeply engaged with in order to ensure that we make training relevant, and especially for MSME, which needs the biggest support in the skilled manpower. Recruit, train and deploy model, which is essentially that you start with recruitment. You don't start with training and then look for recruitment, but you start with recruitment, then focus on getting the training done, and then, of course, deploying the same manpower. Apprenticeship has been a key priority for us because we strongly believe and firmly believe in this industry. We've been used to apprenticeships for a very long time. I think most of our industry members have been leading contributors to assessment apprenticeship adoption. And of course, now we are going down to the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, as well as in the dealerships. And that can open huge opportunities for youngsters to get apprenticed in the system. CSR funded skill training, depending on the requirements of the funding organizations, not only with the automotive industry, but allied industries, which have a role to play, like steel industry, aluminum industry, other petrochemical products industry, which have linkages to the auto industry. I think they are very, and when we talk about our CNG initiative, we are talking about certain partnerships with the gas distribution companies with whom we work on the CNG-based training organizations. Special projects which needs to include underrepresented segments in our industry, women, which needs to have more role to play in our industry. I'm sure all of you are aware that India, after a huge, long gap of time, today we have more women than men in this country. 1,024 women to 1,000 male in this country, and therefore, unless we adopt this in our industry, I think we will find it exceedingly more challenging to find skilled manpower for our requirements. Inclusion of students from underprivileged background, people with disability, transgenders, these are certain areas of focus that we continue to look at. Some of the enablers that we use for this is to have a strong career guide, which we have as a microsite on our website. It's available in all Indian languages, which allows a youngster to kind of have some idea about what are some of the options, career path progression, etc., that one can go through. Mobilization partners, phygital assessments, including AI proctored assessments for theory. Blockchain-based certification, we partner with TUV subsidiary, Certify-D, and also listing platform, which we will have a presentation from the TCSIN team later in the day. Current employee skill upgradation, we are looking at recognition of prior learning, where we are already actively working with a large number of organizations. Skills inventory mapping, we are looking at piloting with a couple of organizations to start with, and hopefully our learning can then translate it into a wider adoption. Digital blended learning, Vinodji has already shared about some of the programs that Aisha has already shared. We started with a program with Toyota on XEV, hybrid electric vehicle Siksha program, and I think it has been very well received in the marketplace. More than 35,000 learners have already enrolled for this particular program. We also have a presentation from one of our digital content partner, Mechanic TV, which is using mobile phones to reach out to the informal segment. And I think these are some of the initiatives that we will be needing to do this employee skill upgradation. So Sarojini Nagar के जो mechanics हैं, उनके requirement के लिए बहुत important है कि हम constantly उन तक पहुँच पाए, ये अलग-अलग programs लेके. International programs, of course. International skill linkages, I think Vedji has already emphasized a lot on that area. Drivers is definitely one area. We are also seeing a lot of requirements of mechanics, including denter and painter. We have huge requirements coming in from markets like Australia, Japan, Germany, and other European countries, where there is an acute shortage of skilled technicians, service technicians, because they also have a fairly aged working population, and the new youngsters in that country is actually not willing to take up job roles like this. Indians have a huge opportunity to play there, essentially. Future skills, in our area, we started with EV and Industry 4.0, but there is a whole lot of newer areas. We are talking about flex fuel engines now, which needs a different kind of a technology. So all kinds of integration of various technologies across other domains is something which also finds an application within the automotive space. There is a segment that we're trying to focus on rare skills. Automotive design is a very specific area. Unfortunately, we don't have very skilled manpower to do even a thing which we all know, probably think that it's not a very big skill, clay modeling. We don't have clay modeling auto designers in this country. Every vehicle that gets designed outside of this country. And we have huge opportunities for such specialized niche areas also to focus on, along with the mass skill requirements that we have in this country. So automobile of the future will be smart, of course, goes without saying. We've already seen a lot of, vehicles which are coming fitted with various sensors and connected vehicles in terms of giving indication to the driver assist systems that are happening. Sustainability is becoming a very, very key component of the whole industry. And of course, safety. Not only about the vehicle safety, but the safety of the kind of parts that we are using, how, the softwares that we are using, all of these could have a huge impact. Some of you may have seen some of the social media posts about one particular two-wheeler brand which had a software glitch where the vehicle would suddenly reverse on the run because of a software glitch. These kind of safety issues become very critical from an user adoption perspective. Training opportunities for the larger partner community that we have here in the room today. I think we're looking at identified training centers for various job roles, for future job roles. I think many of us keep focused on only job roles that we are aware of from the past, but we can look at other job roles as well. Having quality infrastructure availability. So not only in your own training center, but having partnerships, and which is why we've used the word, cooperation, Sayogita, because we need to cooperate with each other to utilize best utilization of resources that we have. Enhancing the quality of training, a lot of partners, we keep hearing that we can't let go of our trainers to get trained. Now, if that is going to happen, that's a sure shot way of ensuring that your trainer is always going to live in the past and not in the future. So you will have to devise ways and means of ensuring that your trainers get a refresher training every year and some amount of longer duration training every few years, because technology is changing at a rapid pace. Industry-linked training schedule is very important. How do we integrate with the requirements of the industry, and the training that we do in our training center has to be linked. It cannot work in isolation, because then we will become irrelevant for the industry, and the industry will continue to have its own challenges of securing skilled manpower. Final slide for me, this is just a personal learning that I have had. Because I started my career with the supply chain group at Maruti. Whenever we used to look at a new vehicle and we used to get the new drawings, at the supply chain department, we used to first start looking for who could be that supplier vendor that could look at this part. And then we will work collaboratively with them to ensure that that technology upgradation is available to that vendor, to that partner, so that I can get a local part requirement at mass, quality parts at high volume is available in Indian market, so that our vehicles can be produced. I think our requirement of skilled manpower in the auto industry has to follow exactly the same model, because it's a supply chain issue. So when we need to look at a particular skill requirement in our industry, in our plants, in our dealerships, we need to identify who would be my vendor, who would be my training center or training institution that I must sign up with, and help them upgrade their whole skill training program to meet our requirements. And if we do that, we can outsource our requirement to this skill training institute, and we can get a continuous flow of skilled manpower for the mass production that we have. So if we can just replicate this model of part supply chain to the skilled manpower supply chain, I think we would have been able to solve a bigger part of our problem of getting quality manpower and not ending up, if you don't have a part, not all OEMs decide to manufacture the same in-house. They still try and get a foreign partner to come in, etc., set up a center here. So the solution is for industry, for a long-term or a scale development, is not to set up only your own skill training center. That you can always do to do a refresher training or a final polishing of manpower that you want to do, you should be in partnership with vendor organizations, which is like training institutions. You work collaboratively with them in terms of the programs that you want them to run. With vendors, we used to spend most of our time from an OEM into the vendor organization, telling them how things need to be done so that there are no quality issues that come. And the same kind, taking the same model, we can also spend some of our resources in those skill training institutes to ensure that the skilling quality is also of great standard. And I think that way, if we have created a pipeline, we've solved the problem for the long term. Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. We'll look forward for your continued support and guidance. Today event, we would like to share some of the best practices across various partners in 3 distinct thematic sessions, which are outcome-driven training, strengthening the skill process, and new skilling opportunity. Please come.
Let us now move over the first thematic session. We would like to showcase some unique outcome-driven training delivery models which could inspire others and help bridge demand-supply gap in the skill ecosystem. I would like to invite Mr. Vishwesh Kulkarni, Chairman, Yashasvi Group and National President, NIPM India. Yashasvi is one of the leading TPA in the automotive sector, and they will be showcasing the impact of apprenticeship in the automotive industry. So please.
Already presented.
Would you like the clicker or you would like to change from here? Clicker is here. Shift and find.
This is all. Good morning to all. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to present the apprenticeship status. Honorable Sri Rajesh Agarwal ji, Secretary, Ministry for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Vinod Agarwal, President, ASDC, Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Treasurer, ASDC, Mr. Vedmani Tiwari, CEO and Officiating CEO, NSDC, and Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO, ASDC. Today I am here to demonstrate the apprenticeship advantages. I think, this is my personal opinion, the apprenticeship program is the only skilling program where you can really skill the youth to enhance his career, to develop his career. So these are the general domains we have in the apprenticeship for the automotive sectors: vehicle sales, manufacturing, and then the verticals: vehicle service, auto finance, insurance, manufacturing support, research and development, supply chain management. Now, what is the impact of apprenticeship in automotive industry due to optional trade? I think first and foremost what Honorable Secretary Sir said, that in the traditional ITIs we are still going ahead with this old curriculum, whereas under the optional trade apprentices, the industry can develop their own curriculum depending upon the particular, even the department and the process wherein the apprentice will be engaged for the on-the-job training. And we have, along with the various automotive manufacturing industries and auto component manufacturing industry, developed this kind of programs. We got the approval from ASDC, and I think this is one of the best advantage one can have, that can have a latest technology, knowledge and on-the-job training. Then again I said that flexibility, time to time, you can always change. Whenever you wish that something, the technology change, because we always have witnessed the speed of the technology change, and then the kind of a curriculum, again we are going back. So this can be changed immediately. The moment that we know that the technology is coming, we can develop the kind of a curriculum, and we can, way forward we can go ahead and we can do that. what is happening with the boat and the trade apprentices is that, again, that curriculum enhancement issue, and that gives the advantage for the optional trade. Similarly, this is a quality enhancement. The optional trade apprentices can be engaged up to 36 months, and the apprentice who knows that he is there for longer duration, he is getting the skill certificate, his energy level, he knows that his career will be enhanced, and that impact on his work, and then you have the reduced quality issues. The apprentices are very highly motivated. Young children, young students know that there will be a good career, they have longer duration with here, and really it impacts on the production and the quality. We all know that automotive industry is going with the tough competition, tough costing part of it. The optional trade apprentices are one of the solutions which can give them the better manpower with comparatively less cost. Firstly, there is no statutory hour applicable. Then the financial incentive for Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And thirdly, industry can utilize CSR funds towards the expenses incurred on the providing the training and the stipend over and above the mandatory requirement of 2.5%. And I think that is the best CSR utilization industry can do, instead of spending the CSR on the different category where you don't know what sustainable it will be and how it will be in future. Here you can develop your own skill, your own talent, and the young children for their betterment. Then the motivating shop floor atmosphere. I said these are the young students. Recently came from the 10, 12, ITI, diploma, whatever for me. They have looking very, very long-term and encouraging career. So the energy level, the kind of the positive energy they bring into the atmosphere on the shop floor, it really changes the entire atmosphere of the shop floor, and the shop floor is very healthy. This is one of the case study. We work with Tata Motors Limited, and so this is in the passenger vehicle business unit. The majority line, assembly line, is operated by 300 plus girls, which I think somebody has said that women empowerment we need to have. The minimum education qualification is 12th pass, and the 18 plus is the age group. NSQF certification by ASDC. First year, automotive assembly operator. Second year, automotive assembly technician. Then the exposure was given to the EV technology. After successful completion of training, some of the girls have been taken on roll and others on off roll. Entire line is operated by the trained girls, resulting more productivity and less quality. I said that is the major advantage if this automotive industry can have. This is a certification program. I think Sir has said, Honorable Secretary said that we should have the convocation. So I think we have seen this in Tata Motors, that this is and the CHR of Tata Motors along with the head of the production, everybody was there. One of the good atmosphere which we have witnessed. Now we'll go ahead with the second success story with the Kia Motors. There the minimum education qualification is diploma in mechanical and electrical engineering. Again, the first year electric vehicle assembly operator, second year electric vehicle assembly technician. Then there was a group 1, group B. The minimum stipend paid to the apprentices is first year 14,000, second year 14,750, and third year the 15,550, along with the canteen, transport, and other facilities free of cost. 70% of trainee and apprentices who have completed 3 years have been taken by the Kia Motors on their permanent role. There was a selection criteria. Attendance in last 3 years was a weightage 25%. Behavior attitude is 25%. Psychometric test they have taken is a 25%, and the personal interview. The minimum salary offered to these trainee apprentices on roll by the Kia Motors is 24,000 per month. Kia Motors management have even felicitate. Again, I said, sir, this was a certification ceremony. This entire Kia Motors had did for the individually, gave some gift, gave some motivational certification. What is the value addition this apprentice brings? He brings that, the apprentice get the exposure to the latest technology, machinery, system, and work culture. Skill certificate for tailor-made program for which apprentice has received on-the-job training. The actual training he gets, and he gets the same kind of academic knowledge also for that part. Around 25 to 30% apprentices get permanent job in the same industry. The reason behind is that industry looks for such kind of a scheme is the second line development. If you see the traditional industries like Tata and Mahindra, whose age group is above 50 now, they wanted to have the second line development, but they wanted to check the attitude, behavior, learning capability of the apprentices or trainees, and then they take. So this is one of the best advantage where the apprentices can get that. What is the industry get that due to longevity, reduction in quality issues, cost-effective, motivating shop floor atmosphere, proper utilization of CSR funds, second-line development, and fulfillment of social obligation. So what I recommend and what I expect from this ASDC and the skill industry or skill ministry, that ASDC should come with 2-year duration diploma program and 1-year advanced diploma program, such as diploma in automotive manufacturing technology, diploma in paint technology, diploma in automotive marketing, and then this 1-year advanced diploma. The reason behind it, I'll tell you, that whatever we call the skill certificate doesn't have any social status. These are the young boys, 18 to 25, when they go for the marriages, the first question is asked, what is your qualification? They say, I have this skill certificate, nobody believes he doesn't get the girls. When he wanted to start some industry, some business, bank doesn't entertain this kind of a thing. Within the industry, for getting the promotion, this certificate is not valid. In our society, we have a diploma, which is, or degree, which is always, whatever you call, has that status. My humble request that ASDC should take this initiative and start with saying that this is a diploma, this is a 2-year diploma, 1-year diploma, and I can tell you this boy's career and the entire society will be changed drastically with this kind of a concept. Thank you very much for the opportunity and listening for this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulkarni. May I call upon Mr. Shovik Bera? I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. May I call upon Mr. Shovik Bera, Director HR Education, Frosties India Private Limited. He has done post-graduation from Indian Institute of Mass Communication and has over 10 years of experience in skill development. Request you to please showcase the project which helped you enhance the rural livelihood through DDU-GKY scheme.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I am honored to be here and represent my company. And my sincere gratitude to all delegates over here and the other partners like us, those who are engaged ourselves in delivering different state government as well as central government scheme. Basically, I'm addressing the other partners. Might be some of you are engaged yourselves with this DDU-GKY project. So, mainly this DDU-GKY project, we are targeting the rural youth, both girls and the boys. This is basically under this National Rural Livelihood Mission, NRLM, under MORD, Ministry of Rural Development. Now, I'm not taking much time, so I'm just touching the key point of DDU-GKY. We are partners, we are engaged ourselves with different sort of state and central government project, but beauty of this project is there is some silent features which I have highlighted over here. First, we all know that any state government or central government project is basically placement link project. We have to place at least 70% candidates to get the 100% payment to ensure the quality performance through any government department. But in this project, if we place more than 70%, then government is giving some incentive. Suppose we place some candidate abroad or that called the foreign placement, and even we give place more than 90%, then we are getting very good incentive amount from MORD. The second is post-placement support. During lockdown, different training providers, PI, we face the challenges. Suppose basically my company based on Kolkata, so mainly we are engaging into Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, and entire Northeast, Assam and Arunachal. Being into the automobile industry, because Frosties is associated with different automobile company, like we have dealership of Hyundai, Ford, Mahindra, MG Motors. So we place the candidate in Chennai, we place the candidate in Maharashtra, we place in the candidate in different other location of India. So during lockdown, we get the support of the migrant team, because this MORD, they have the migrant center for placing the candidate. Where you, suppose you given the training in West Bengal, you are placing them into Chennai. So in Chennai, they are having their migrant center, who will take care of your candidate if they face any sort of problem. Because sometimes due to demographic and due to language issue, student face some problem. After placing also, lots of partner is facing that student again come back to their hometown. So this migrant center is give support to them. And apart from this is a project where special regional focus is there, like Jammu and Kashmir and other 27 left-wing extremist district. There is called this project as a Rasmi. Especially into the Maowadi district, means there are lots of districts in West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar. The is very sensitive area, means when we go for the mobilization, we face lots of problem. The students are from very economically they are not very sound. Even they got lots of restriction from their parents, as well as other problem is also there. So this project is designed in such a way for this district or Jammu, Kashmir and Northeast state, government has given you other facility to run this project. And one of the other silent features of this project is the standard SOP. There is a standard SOP is there. Each and every point very elaborately mentioned over there. Means how to mobilize, what will be the ratio of your mobilization. Because in this project, you have to cater at least 50% of tribal student. And suppose you are freezing a batch of 30, then 50% of the students should be from this tribal background, SC, ST and TDDC, and also 33% women. So everything means how you will mobilize, how you will freezing the batch, and after freezing the batch, what is the payment process? Means in DDUGKY, normally they give 25%. Then after 1 year, they give you again 25%. Then they give you 25%, and successful completion of the 3 years, they will again give you last tranche of 25%. So sometimes we being a PI, we face lots of problem with the different department when we run their project, because sometimes there is a communication gap. Yeah, sometimes they do not give you, means after you submit your project, after completion, they will tell you, no, I need at least 1 year placement tracking. After that, we are going to release your last payment. So again, PI face lots of problem, because PI like us, we do lots of invest in terms of capex as well as operation expenses. Because when we are going to deliver or execute any sort of government project, we invest a huge money towards the development of the infrastructure. Then we also incur some sort of operation expenses like salary, rent, food cost and other cost. So sometimes we face problem if we do not get the payment on time. So this project is very beautifully laid down each and every points how to get the timely payment from the department. Being a training providers we all know, skill gap analysis is required, and quality management and monitoring system to be also be in place, and we should mobilize and train and certify them. So being into a successful executor of DDUGKY, we have a presence, as I already told, into Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Meghalaya, and UP, as well as in Kerala. This is the sector we are covering under DDUGKY project. Mainly, we are into automotive, but as there is a mandate, you have to train 31% female candidate under this category. So we are associated with apparel and other tourism hospital for the same. As you see, this is the performance of Frosties under this project. Almost target was 4,500, and we have almost covered as per our target. Now, what the USP of the Frosties? How we do it? Basically, quality mobilization. As I clearly told, this project is very 31% female and 50% of SC/ST candidate. So your mobilizer should be qualified enough, and they should be properly guided. Which sort of target students should be there? Because one mobilizer should be taught that silent features of this project. Otherwise, normally what we do, we got a project, it might be tribal project, it might be minority project, or it be project for some general caste. 3-4 mobilizer is there. They randomly recruit, they go to different gram panchayat, they go to different villages through leafleting or mouth campaigning. Mainly we do the mobilization. But here, mobilizers should know, and they should be properly trained. And regarding the placement, being into the automobile industry, we know within 4 to 5 months training, it's very difficult sometimes to place the candidate in automobile industry. Because might be some of other PI also doing some sort of automobile courses. The recognitions from the industry not is there. Means after doing this 6 months or 7 months courses, when we give that sort of certification, our automobile industry sometimes doesn't accept it. They want 2 years diploma, at least 1 year courses. So hands-on training is much required to place them. So mock session and what industry actually looking for, that should be during your, I can say it, the OGT, that should be indulged or inculcated to your training program. And student retention. We, the PI, mostly feel this sort of issue. After placing the candidate also, after 3 months or 4 months, we normally see candidate get drop out. Suppose, for example, very recently we placed some of the candidate in Chennai. As you all know, Chennai and other area is an automobile hub. So lots of candidates we have placed them, but after 2-3 months, because the food habits of from Bengal and Bihar or Jharkhand, it's from South India, it doesn't match. So due to this, language issue. Language is a barrier. Okay, in South India, in other. When we specially place the student of Eastern India, so sometime after 3 to 4 months, due to several issues, sometimes they want to come back to their hometown. So student retention is an issue. So we talk to their parents, we counsel them before sending them, and we want to ensure at least 1 year or 2 years, they should be over there. Because our automobile industry is a very incentive-driven industry. So along with the salary, automobile industry for both sales and service, they give very handsome industry. They give very handsome number of money is there. But problem is that student doesn't return. They hardly work for 4 to 5 months, they want to come back to their hometown. So it's very important, we should retain our student. This is the, my DDUGKY center, Odisha, Kerala, Assam and UP. And this is some of the practical lab. This is the success story, means Ansil KM. who have successfully completed the DDUGK project. Now he's working as a junior process engineer, and he's drawing a salary more than 70,000 plus incentive. And this is Sanjay Saikia. He's from Assam only, very rural, from very rural village. He's also now a service supervisor. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Behra, for the presentation. Moving on, I would now like to call Mr. Rakesh Nagpal, GM, Sales and After Sales, Hero MotoCorp Limited. He has 34 years of rich experience in the automotive sector. ASDC and Hero MotoCorp collaborated to upgrade the infrastructure of Skill Development Institute and also to recognize the prior learning of the roadside technician. Sir, request you to please come on stage.
Good morning. A very good morning to all the forum. Before I start my presentation, I would like to share certain ideas which I have captured, certain learnings. So what I see that because we are all in a skill forum, attitude cannot be imparted, but skill surely. People say that he has a negative attitude, positive attitude, mental blockades. But I strongly feel that you can impart skills. Availability versus readiness. As our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, says that how to address this unemployment issue. We have plenty of people who are available, youth is available, but whether they are industry ready. So availability versus readiness. So we all are partners working in that direction. Bridging the gap between availability and engagement. Sometimes people know they have skills, but they are not engaged. That is another initiative. Content provider, I am very happy that whatever my colleagues, senior members have shared, we are contributing with ASDC in terms of content providers. We have provided contents. In terms of training partners and also some other supports which we have been providing to ASDC. So that is a good part. Some of the things I noted from our senior members like Secretary Mr. Agarwal, a very important message about ITI aspiration. People say I am from IIT, I am from a very senior institute, I am Ahmedabad and all. But people should feel pride that they are from ITI. So that kind of aspiration level we all members have to create. Then skill level at roadside technician, very important. Some of my members who were earlier presenters, I noted that point, that skill level, because if we go 50 years before, people used to get their vehicles repaired roadside only. They had certain apprehension कि मैं dealership पे जाऊंगा मुझे लूट लेंगे. They are fleecing the customers. So that myth we have tried to vanish. So I am very proud to mention that I am a very core member. Like in 1991, when we were Hero Honda, in 2011 it was from Hero Honda to Hero MotoCorp. So we shifted the pattern of technician-driven workshop to a management-driven workshop. So that I can say with pride that we were the core members in 1991 when we started the concept of workshop automation, from a mechanic-driven workshop to a management-driven workshop. So there were three factors like transparency, then we had workflow process, and every technician is equally capable. So we as industry people, many of my other members are sitting. So we try to ensure that any mechanic who is skilled can repair your vehicle in the right way. Skill inventory, my friend more as a friend rather than associate, Mr. Arindam. Skill inventory is very important. And manpower supply chain management, I would fully endorse because when I also started my career 34 years before, so we are only seeing कि technology कैसा है, कैसे हम इसको cope up करेंगे. Whether we are preparing the skill, whether we are preparing a pool to handle the technologies which we are discussing here. And safety, I am also happy that I am also head special service projects at Hero MotoCorp. I am handling 5 projects. The one is a technical help desk, road safety, skill development, and other 2-3 projects on green dealerships. My senior members have mentioned about green. That is also I am handling at Hero MotoCorp. So I think safety is of paramount importance. Now I'd like to share one of the practices like skilling impact. किसी को रोजगार देना. इसीलिए हमने इसका नाम जीविका रखा. In collaboration with the ASDC team, I am very thankful to senior members who have given this opportunity. So, like Project Jivika, what was the purpose? To regulate the pollution emitted by cars and two-wheelers. So the government of India introduced certain regulations, which time to time, as per the situation in the market, as per the stringent norms. So various norms were there, and in collaboration with the ASDC, we have two projects. One was on terms of fresh skilling, and one is upskilling. Like even I am having 35 years of experience. I may need certain skills. I may need certain updation in my day-to-day working. So there are two aspects to it. One, which I would like to share, is a fresh skilling, which is upgrade the training infrastructure at our existing skill development centers in terms of updating with BS6 technology, and upskilling is even roadside technicians, we are updating them. So this is something on some of the highlights, like how we have started. We have 5 skill centers. We have upgraded them. ITI West Bengal, KITE at Ghaziabad, then Chennai, Patna, and also ASOIT. So these are certain data. If you see that number of trainers at each location. One of the important things is that TTT, train the trainers. We have taken help of our learning centers. We have over 26 learning centers across the country. We have taken support of them, our colleagues, to train the trainer concept. Then these are certain statistics, how we have done in a very stipulated time as per the timelines decided by the team. Some of the ideas you will see how our training centers look like, the front fascia, the facilities. All these are good facilities. Some of our brandings where it shows the joint collaboration, front fascias. Now upskilling. So training program of FI technology. So basically it was the project we funded also, then implemented from January to 31st May. Within the stipulated time period, we would able to train 7,000 technicians and covered almost 17 states, which you are seeing the names, South, East, North, West, all states. So basically mobilization, the workflow process, pre-screening, very important, enrollment, then some kind of a T-shirt distribution so that all should look alike. Then theory training, practical training, and certification. So it was an 8 hours program. The purpose was skill enhancement, certificate having both logos, HMCL, ASDC, then access to SOP. Some of the members were saying that they will request ASDC to share because it should be shared to masses. Some of the technology is definitely linked to confidentiality. But when we share with masses, only then they will be able to utilize it. So basically coverage, how we have covered like product lineup, maintenance schedule, engine oil grade. These are basically the contents. Integrated braking, side stand engine cutoff, electric basics, VS6, FI system, then idle, triple S, stop-start technology. So these are the features which were explained, and I must admire and compliment ASDC team that the kind of trainers they employed, and we trained them, were of high quality. Learning centers, how we engaged. Actually, we have named that OBD tool also VCI. जैसे हम लोग बात करते हैं आपस में, Vehicle Communication Interface. वो tool भी हमारा जो OBD है, वो गाड़ी से बात करता है. So जब टेक्नीशियन को ये चीज़ पता चलती है, वो बड़ा मोटिवेटेड फील करता है कि yes, I am also upgraded. मैंने भी इसमें कुछ लर्न किया. So these are some of the glimpses like zonal learning centers which I've shared. Even I have tried to mention the names of the team members like Mohan at Jaipur or Dev Kumar or Manoj Kumar Ray. These are our team members who have contributed a lot in terms of success of this project. This is the coverage part. 7,000 technicians trained across 33 cities. So other some kind of breakup if you see in terms of employment category, in terms of, we have a concept known as Asli Hero also. These are the technicians where we reward them in terms of various milestones. When they do certain, when they reach up to a certain level, then we reward them with different kind of incentives. So this is a kind of breakup. Education background, 10th and below, 12th, ITI, graduate. So in terms of like you say, employed, self-employed, some of the glimpses that how this forum was. And we never compromised on quality of training, the infra, everything. Practical demonstration, because practical approach is very important. Theoretically, आप किसी को कितना भी बता लो, but when he does these things with his own hands, he should feel confident. This is a certificate distribution ceremony where all senior members were there, NSDC person, our seniors, Mr. Makija, myself, Mr. Arindam, many people were there. How they are feeling motivated by displaying these certificates at their centers. The grassroots level story. Some of the testimonials, like how people feel after that. Somebody is running, like Sunil Kumar, Manoj Kumar, because paucity of the time, so I'll not read all these things. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagpal. We look forward to many more such opportunities to work with Hero MotoCorp in the future. Now I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate our presenter for this session. I would request Mr. Nagpal, Mr. Shauvik Bera, and Mr. Vishwesh Kulkarni to join us on the stage. And to felicitate them, I would request Mr. Shahars Damani, CEO, FADA, and ASDC Counseling Member, to join us on the stage. I would request the presenters to stay back on the stage, and Mr. Sahaj, requesting Mr. Vinod Agrawal and Ramashankar Pandey and Arindam sir to please join for the group photograph. Sir, please. Thank you, everyone. We are also grateful to all our training partners who are contributing significantly to the skill development ecosystem and are enhancing the livelihood of the youth in the country. A big round of applause for all our partners. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Learned Skills, SPIWD, MTA, Frosties, Banyan Edu Services, Carolina, Snap-on, Aisha Bus and Trucks, Mercer Metal, EduVantage, TVS Training and Services, Green Gas, Honda Cars Limited, Kotak Mahindra, Prerna Engineering, Proxel Services, Growth Source, Prima Competency, and AMAC Training Partner. I would thank everyone for supporting us in this event. We will now break for the tea, which is served in the lobby, and we request you to kindly join us back in 15 minutes. Also, I would like to inform that there is a QR code on the name tag to share the feedback of this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I request everyone to be seated, please. I request everyone to please take your seat. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Meenu Saravgi, the host for this session now. We now move on to our next thematic session, Strengthening the Skill Process. Founder of the Ford Motor Company, Mr. Henry Ford said, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success." And Tata Consultancy Services is one such success partner. Please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Meenal Singh from TCS. She is a senior management professional with over 15 years of cross-cultural experience in go-to-market, strategic planning, customer success, program management, and business operations. She has worked with companies like Tech Mahindra, HP Singapore, NASCOM in past, and is currently leading industry partnership vertical for TCS Ion Vocational Management. Today, she will be sharing our partnership on connecting the skilled candidates to potential employers. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Very good afternoon to everybody. Today I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic for which we all are working. That is the placement of the students. When we at TCS, and you know rightly we are at 6 lakh plus employees within the organization, and annually we hire some 75 to 85,000 students. So when we actually went to the campuses and we went through that entire recruitment process, we were faced with certain challenges. Because of those challenges, we thought that there has to be a solution. And being a digital provider or a digital leader in the IT industry, we said that there has to be a digital solution, which has to, first of all, the key challenge which we faced was the logistic. Managing the pan-India recruitment, recruiters going to the campuses, conducting interviews, number of interviews, number of candidates, how to select the right candidate for the job was the key challenge. There was a lot of subjectivity involved. As a recruiter, I might place communication skills on top of it. The other recruiter might say negotiation skill is very important. But for that particular job role, what are the key skills each of our business group is looking at? And for selecting the right fit candidates according to the key skill was the biggest challenge. We wanted a standard solution. And that's how we came up with TCS NQT. That's a national qualified test, which is an employability assessment, where we are testing the candidates on their cognitive and the attitudinal. Today, 89 out of Fortune 100 companies are actually taking the employability assessment as one of their selection step in the entire recruitment cycle. So this is with, I just was setting the context. I will just introduce you what is the vertical I am representing. So I am actually part of TCS Ion. It's a strategic unit of Tata Consultancy Services. We are actually providing physical platforms to 3 key stakeholders, institutions, government body, and talk about the corporate. 275 million candidates so far has taken our assessment solutions. 5.1 million candidates they have benefited out of our learning programs across 780 courses from world-class publishers. So we are helping these stakeholders with the recruitment solution, with the admission process, providing the learning and skilling solution, as well as the business operation through our physical platform. We are also redefining the learner journey. Recruitment solution, we established ourselves. You talk about any competitive exam, TCS Ion was there, was providing the physical infrastructure, was providing the digital solution for the selection. But we said that we have to also do something in the learning, and that's how we came up with this 5-platform solution to actually change the learning landscape. Right from your career counseling, to developing the learning program as per the need of the industry, to doing the employability assessment, which I actually was talking about, the NQT, and then actually placing the candidates through our TCS job listing platform, for which we would be talking about today. And I would be actually taking you through the platform what we have. I've already talked about the challenges when you were thinking about a solution. And in fact, when we did a survey amongst the recruiters, when we creating the NQT, we said that we are already putting a time and effort in finding a solution for TCS. Why not extend this particular services to the industry at large? And why should we restrict it to IT? These are the challenges which our industry across all the sectors, in fact, across all the levels we are facing. If you have to hire a technician, there are certain key skills which you need to look at. Right now, you are depending on your recruiter to actually go physically, do the interview, select the candidates. I am not judging or I am not doubting the recruiter's skill or recruiter's competency to select the candidates, but still there is a quotient of subjectivity. Now, if I bring objectivity into it, I come up with a standard test to tell you that if in your job role, you are looking for cognitive skills. Cognitive skills is what? Basically, it's a combination of numerical, verbal, and logical skills. Now, as a technician, the skill set, the logical skill set is more important from a job perspective. Then, this is what you need to look at. So the candidate who goes through this assessment, we have a sectional scores. So if your job, the numerical ability is the key trait you are looking at, then you can actually look at the numerical section or the performance of the candidate on that particular section. If logical, you feel that this particular job role, I need to look at the candidates who are very logically strong, who know in this situation what has to be done, what is the logic to be used, I will actually give more preference to these set of candidates. So basically for recruiter, apart from the interview, we are not at all diluting the entire process. What we are doing is we are just cutting short the entire recruitment cycle. Helping the recruiters, apart from your interview, whatever process you are doing, if you get the snapshot of the scores of the candidate through these assessments, it will help you judge, and it will also fasten your recruitment process to know on the competency of that candidate. Attitudinal is also a very important assessment which we actually worked on. Healthcare sector. Healthcare sectors, there are multiple job roles where technical, I'm talking about more from the service side, GDA, for example. You need to know the attitude of that particular person who is serving the patient. How will he react? How social he is? How open he is? Basis which you or the recruiter will make or will decide, yes, he is the right guy for this particular job. So this is what we are doing. We are conducting these assessments pan-India. It's done once in a quarter, 5 times in a year and once in a quarter, where the candidates actually sit for these assessments in their TCS Ion assessment centers. We have 7,000 assessment centers pan-India, a very secured, integrated, digital solution clubbed with the physical infrastructure where we ensure that no malpractice is done. If candidates want to take online assessment, there also we have a proctored assessment as a solution. So these assessments can also be taken in an online mode. So far, if I talk about 19 lakh students have already taken our assessments. And currently, if I talk about, I have a database of 8 lakh students. And these are the pre-final, final students, non-IT as well as IT, who have taken the assessment, who have actually tested themselves against the 4 assessment I was talking about, and they are part of our database. Now, very important point, apart from this, the 2 assessments which I mentioned, the cognitive and the attitudinal, these are the generic assessment, which almost all industry, everybody needs it as part of their selection process. But apart from it, we also thought of coming with the industry-based assessment, where if a person has to work in an industry, what are the skills and competency, what is the knowledge level they have to be tested against, so that as an IT recruiter, as a banking recruiter, or as a healthcare recruiter, I should know, yes, he knows about the healthcare industry. So we have right now 2 industry variants. And apart from that, we also, in the technical domain also, we said that there are a lot of high demand job roles where there are a lot of requirements coming in from the recruiter. And what recruiters are actually doing, they are doing their in-house assessments to actually test them against those technical competencies. So we identified certain 17 subjects where we created the assessment. These are the standard assessments basically we created. Consulting the SMEs, consulting the industry, that if for a particular topic I have to create a standard assessment, what are those skills, competencies, basis which this was created, this solution was created. So these are some of the subjects we already have. CRM and BD, lot of dealership network. They need people who can serve the customer. What are the skills and competency? So if you look at these 2 assessments, somewhere they are actually giving the mirror across those skills and competencies. So this is about the NQT. I've already shared with you the numbers on the NQT, what we have with the candidates. A very important point which I would like to mention. So far, I have already talked about the numbers. We are also coming up with the cognitive and the attitudinal assessment for 10th and 12th pass out students, ITI and diploma students also. So far, these category of students were also giving this, which was meant for the graduates. But we felt that this particular segment, we need to test them differently. And their skill set is also at a different level. So we have to have a solution which justifies how we can know best their competency. So in fact, the whole assessment construct will also, what we are working on is very different, more regional oriented, more practical oriented, so that they understand the current scenario. More of a gamification version we are coming up, where, basis when they go and they actually give that particular assessment, they know in this scenario how this particular candidate is going to react, what is the practical competency he is going to apply. That will give a very good insight to the recruiter that yes, as a technician, how well trained he is. So this is something we are in actually we are doing the 3rd pilot for that, 3rd testing actually. And maybe next 2-3 months, we would also be coming up with those solutions. Now, once the candidate has actually given the NQT, and I also talked about the learning programs, which we have. We are working with 5 partner ecosystem and world-class content provider and bringing it onto our platform, as well as doing a partnership, for example, with ASDC. We have partnered with a lot of learning programs. Now, these candidates, I'm talking about the NQT candidates and our trained and certified candidates. They all actually come onto the TCS ION job listing platform, which is again a solution where we are trying to aggregate, the candidates pool basis the competency. We already have seen NQT, we already know their score. They have already given these 4 categories of assessment where we know where they stand. And then we also have learning program certified students coming onto the platform. But as a Tata, I did not restrict it. I said we have to open it to everybody. So we also have non-NQT, non-TCS ION learning program candidates who can register themselves as a job seeker onto the platform absolutely free. So this platform is free for the candidates as well as free for the corporate. If as a corporate you are looking to hire, maybe an IT student, maybe a diploma student, and in some cases we also have a pool of 10th and 12th with some vocational training students. Their database is also there, apart from the NQT and the TCS certified candidates. So as I said earlier, we already have a database of 8 lakh students who are currently with us as a job seeker. On an average, on a monthly basis, we are aggregating 80K jobs. Annually, we have more than 2.5. And our sister concern, Tata Business Hub, which caters to the SMB segment, where more than 1 lakh companies are their member companies, their job requirement is also coming onto this platform. So from candidate perspective also, they are getting a lot of opportunities. And in fact, from the corporate perspective also, we are coming up with a solution where they don't have to do anything. When we came up with this product, we said it's not any job portal. Every corporate coming onto this platform is given actually a dedicated account manager. You will get a login ID. So as a part of our registration process, a validation check is done because there are certain criteria. When we onboard a corporate, we also need to see whatever the opportunities, whether it is correct or not, because you understand the ecosystem there are. So as part of our TCS process, we validate every requirement, every organization coming onto our platform. The moment they have gone through our check process, then we have these dedicated account manager who is allotted to each of the corporate. Now you have a choice, either use your login ID and password and post the job requirement, or you can advise the account manager to do it on your behalf. Every stage, every step on this particular platform, this account manager is going to handhold you, provided you give your consent to it. This portal has a O.NET skills mapping. So if you have any particular skill set which you are not finding in the database, or if you have typed it, immediately the algorithm is run and the skill is mapped to this particular technical skills database, and it shows you the option so that you can select when you are posting the job, or you can take the help of your account manager. You also get a dashboard, and there are weekly reports which also are shared with you. As a recruiter, as a corporate, when you have posted, you can see the dashboard. This is the job posting, how many candidates have applied. You also have, because we primarily focus on the TCS NQT, and as a solution, we always go and tell the recruiter, we have a pre-assessed pool of candidates who are there on our platform. So we give you a choice. We give the choice to every recruiter, whether you want to take the TCS NQT, whether you are looking for certified students clubbed with NQT, or whether you are open for the non-NQT, because this platform is open for all. So non-NQT student, as a job seeker, if I want to avail this opportunity, I can come and register. So as a recruiter, are you open to this database also? So this is what your account manager will ask each of the corporate. And the moment they say yes, that becomes the parameter, the selection parameter for this account manager to shortlist the profile. But if you say no, I'm only looking for an NQT, in NQT I'm only looking for a cognitive and attitudinal, that is where this account manager is, basis that is going to shortlist the profile and share with you. If you want to schedule your interview, the account manager is going to do it on your behalf on the platform. So that particular feature is also there. If apart from this assessment, you have also your own customized assessment which you want the shortlisted students to go through, that is also something which is possible. You just have to upload the question bank onto the platform, and the opportunity will be given to the candidates to actually go through that, and the result will be shared. Now, this is, I have already talked about the benefits. Means because we started with the challenge, we recognize there are certain challenges and there has to be a certain solution coming up. So this is, we feel that that's an impact which we are trying to actually do it. And the process is also very simple. We have already tied up with ASDC. On the ASDC portal, placement app, you can find us. You can also connect, there is a SPOC in the ASDC in case if you want to post your requirement onto the platform, you can actually connect through the SPOC also. And in case if you want to directly go onto the platform, this is the link for the platform. We have ASDC as the aggregator. So basically ASDC is aggregating the jobs on behalf of all the member companies, their member companies. So you can actually get in touch with them, and through them you can actually come onto a portal. So I hope we would be able to make impact, and I hope to see all of your requirements coming onto the platform. And this is absolutely free. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meenal. And we truly appreciate our partnership with TCS. A famous American author says, "None of us is as smart as all of us," which underlines the power of partnerships. Now, I would like to invite Mr. KVL Narasimham from GIZ, our time and tested partner in shaping the skill landscape in India. Mr. Narasimham is a graduate engineer and MBA. He possesses more than 35 years of extensive experience in development of MSMEs in India and other developing countries. He has worked with central PSUs like NSIC, EDCIL India, and also worked for international organizations like UNIDO, and currently working with GIZ in the cluster-based private sector development cases. Today, he will throw light on our international collaborations for capacity building. Please put your hands together for Mr. Narasimham. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Meenu. Good afternoon to all. Very quickly, I'll go through the partnership experiences, what we are working with ASDC in the skill area. So this is what briefly I want to talk about. And GIZ is a German federally owned public benefit enterprise, not for profit. We are working in around 120 countries. And in India, we are working for last 60 years. And different areas we are working with. Presently, you can see we are working in energy, environment, climate change, and biodiversity. And under the sustainable economic development, we are implementing a project called IZVET, that is Indo-German Vocational Education and Training. Before going that, we are working here around 400 plus Indian nationals and 56 international employees is the total team that GIZ India can shoot off. So coming back to the project where we are talking about is the Indo-German Vocational Education and Training, a bilateral project between India and Germany. Based on the German expertise, the Indian government has requested us to implement certain best practices and bring in some good experiences into the Indian system. Basically, the German system works on two pillars, that is dual system of training, and entirely the initiative and even the control, I would say, is driven by private rather than government or public, I would say so. That is why, underlining they are very successful in doing this, what you call this, vocational education, and then followed by the, what you call the apprenticeship. That has become part of their education system. While implementing, we concentrate on public and private sector work together. That is what we really put our energies in terms of knowledge or some resources we put into bringing both the ends together, and then promote this cooperative vocational education and training in India. And the focus has been on quality and learnings from both Germany as well as in India. It is not only that all the things will come from Germany. Here also we have a lot of experiences. We take it on board and then we try to replicate in successful clusters. So our approach for this entire project is cluster-based. We have completed phase 1 1.5 years back, and now we are into phase 2, and we'll be going into phase 3 next year. So our approach has been in the cluster-based. So one of the clusters is automotive, and then ASDC is our partner in that. And then we partner with various stakeholders in the total ecosystem. Right from industry, we start from the industry is the base, because that is where you are going to send your output or absorb whatever we are talking about, the skilling from the morning. So the entire thing is being absorbed by the industry. So our focus is on the industry. So starting and understanding the demands of the industry, then arriving at some gaps, what are there between educational institutions and the industry, and then trying to develop certain pilot projects, because we have limited resources, we have limited time. So we want to bring in some experience, German experience and international experience, and conceive some pilot projects, and then replicate it to the industry and the Indian institutions to continue. That is what is our experience has been. And our political partner in this entire project is MSDE, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Development. That is our partner. So when I talk about the focus areas of partnership, basically I told you it is public-private partnerships in technical and vocational education training. Basically knowledge transfer, bringing through German expertise. And then, as I told you, bringing the gaps, understanding what exactly is the requirement of the industry, and also from seeing the supply side, how the supply is coming. There are definitely gaps. I don't want to go into much details of it, but addressing those gaps to the extent possible in a cluster-based approach with partners like ASDE and associations. So this is where we have, we also take care of the industry requirements of Industry 4. And then, as I told you, the German system always, has the expertise or, relied upon dual system. That is, if you are giving a training into a candidate 3 months, at least 9 months should be, you call it a OZT or whatever it is. So the NAPS is one of the systems we are promoting from Government of India, and Ministry of Education is also having similar schemes. So we are trying to promote those schemes. But the idea is that we emphasize theoretical training fully backed up by practical exposure. Then only we feel the candidate is skill ready to work with. So that is what is the thing. And then in this particular process, we have some projects. There we are talking about Sankalp in Aurangabad cluster. I am now talking about an automotive cluster. So from the phase 1, we are working in the automotive cluster Aurangabad. In that cluster, the Sankalp project we are implementing. To say so, I am just showcasing that project here, one of the successful projects as a successful partnership here. So there are 75 trainers. Training of trainers, of course, is very, very important. That is what the Secretary Sir is also telling in the morning. So we also give equal importance to the training of trainers. But it is not only to stop their training of trainers. We also want the training, these trainers, master trainers or whatever you call it, or teachers, whatever you call, they should go and touch the industry, and then one trainer should at least touch upon 100 to 200 or 300 in 1.5 years of time, so that the knowledge what he has gained, that is replicated in the industry and the knowledge is passed on to the industry. So we are concentrating on that particular aspect. And then we have already completed about, say, 75 trainers in CNC, welding and robotics. These are 3 areas in the Aurangabad cluster. And then we are replicating the same thing in Pune cluster, adding 2 more courses into that, QPs into that. And then we are targeting about 200 trainers in the Pune cluster. There the activities are going on. And also we are trying another model in Bangalore with 180 trainers, CNC turning, milling and welding trades in Bangalore. That is ongoing. And you can see TOT programs. When we are doing it, we also need certain approvals, because we are introducing certain new courses, some new developments in the curriculum is happening. So we rely upon the system those who are empowered, like say ACDC, and even MSD, entire ecosystem is supporting us in getting some approvals of the new courses, etc. in doing this particular thing. So when we talk about this cluster-based TOT, I'll just give you a glimpse within a short one slide. How actually we do it. We first of all identify the stakeholders, that is industry, the educational partners, training providers, etc. within the cluster. We work with them. We have MOUs, etc., etc. So the structure is created first. Then start the gap analysis, identification of needs, and what is to be done. The existing courses are sufficient, or new courses are to be done, or some new items into the existing courses are to be done. These are the parts of the gap analysis, and those things will come. Then you talk about mobilization, and then what is the segment we are addressing. Like say in each course, in Aurangabad, say particularly that experience if I have to take. So we have concentrated on 3 areas, like say existing trainers, those who are training, and in-company trainers within the industries where they are training. And the third segment is the prospective trainers that they are going to come into the skilling area and develop a career there with some industry experience. It is not that the new ones we can take and train them as trainers. So with some industry experience, 5 to 10 years of experience. So those people we have taken into the thing. These 3 segments we have covered. So then obviously your mobilization and then pre-screening. Everywhere actually we are partnering with the industry association and other stakeholders on the committee members. They made a small local committee. They have done the entire process of your selection, then entry, then basically pre-screening of the applications and then suitability, etc., etc. Then the candidates have been taken on board, and then 4 weeks of theoretical training has been given. You can read it out. I don't want to read all the things. And then if you see the next line, they have been put on OJT. What they have been taught in the theoretical classes, they have been sent into OJT, and that continued from week 5 to week 10. And then during this period, there is an intense monitoring mechanism, whether the skills are being observed, absorbed, taught, several things. It is not only that conducting the training program and finishing, no, not that. Basically, as I told you, we want that this knowledge with the teachers, where we are leaving in a short project times, particularly international organizations like us, that should get a replication effect. So the knowledge where we are leaving, that should be a conclusive and inclusive thing, so that it can replicate at least for next 2-3 years till the technology changes, and that should go on. So this is what is the total model that works in the TOT framework. And of course, these are some photographs. You can see the trainers of the courses where they are being Aurangabad, they have graduated, and of course ASDC they have done. And we were asked to do that dual certification also, in addition to the ASDC certification. So the ministry has asked us, why don't we really think of some international organization? So we have brought in, of course we are a German company, so we have brought in our partner like IGCC. So we have brought them for the joint certification part, and then they are certifying. In Aurangabad, last 2 courses have been certified by them. You can see the German experts, I just named it here, those who have contributed for the Aurangabad courses, and some of the experts, we are going to use them for our Pune experience also, and also for Bangalore. So these are the experts, those who have delivered that. And then what is the value that we bring into the ecosystem? Basically, I told you best practices of Germany, and then collaborations, taking the people from here to there, exposing them to the dual system of training. We have taken around say 4 or 5 batches, technical batches as well as management batches, so that they'll get an understanding how Germany was successfully implementing this entire VET system there. So that's a good exposure that we are doing. And then of course we work with local governments and local industry, as I told you, supply side and demand side, we try to bring it. As a whole project, we are here, this is the map. So we are trying to do Aurangabad, particularly that is fully focused on automobile, and ASDC is our partner. And then, of course, there are other sectors also we are working. As a future partnership, I just want to mention here just a minute, last but not the least, is that we are developing some training modules in the e-vehicle segment. So the content is being developed by IIT Bombay. We had them as our vendor, so they are developing it. There are two lines of that activity. One is that we are trying to introduce these courses with the approval of AICTE into the polytechnics. So that's a full-time course, and as an elective also they can do. The other is that to immediately supply or meet the demand of the existing thing, we are going to introduce some short-term courses, particularly in the e-vehicle segment, on pan-India basis, where we seek the partnership, the existing partnership of ASDC to certify these short-term courses. Not only this IGVET is working on that, we have another project called Transportation Project, where that project is also actively working with ASDC in implementing and reskilling the existing depot level managers or depot level technicians of the RTCs, Road Transport Corporation depots. So these initiatives are in the e-vehicle. That is an upcoming and future thing. So I thank you for your patience listening, and also I thank ASDC for giving this opportunity to present this partnership case. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session, and look forward to strengthen our partnership in times to come. One of the world's famous business guru once said, "Entrepreneurship is neither a science nor an art. It's a practice." Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Rajiv Radhakrishnan from Mechanic TV. He is an entrepreneur with close to 2 decades of experience in the automotive industry, most of it in the aftermarket sector. He is co-founder of Mechanic TV, India's largest skill tech platform for automotive mechanics, and CEO of Mumbai-based T7E Aftermarket Connect, a marketing technology company working in the auto aftermarket. He has worked with Tata Motors and BP Castrol prior to starting his journey. He is a mechanical engineer from NIT Trichy and MBA graduate from IIM Bangalore. He'll take us through market-led programs with T7E. We welcome you, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and very big thank you to Mr. Lahiri and to ASDC for giving us this opportunity. So we've heard a lot of very insightful pieces being delivered today, starting from how you have to train the trainers, how you have to skill and bring in new talent into the industry. Now there's a whole other challenge which the industry faces, and there are 4 dimensions to it, and that's the roughly 3.5 million or 35 lakh mechanics of varying degrees of skill or the lack of it, who desperately need to be upskilled, cross-skilled, and reskilled in many cases. And we have created something which actually starts to scratch the surface of this very challenging problem. Unlike many organizations that have been represented here, T7E stumbled into skill development and skill training. So Mechanic TV is a digital platform that we created just at the beginning of the lockdown. And it was initially thought of as a way for the organization to give back to the mechanics. We have close to 60,000 mechanics whom we have served on behalf of our clients, who are mostly auto ancillary brands, ranging from oil brands to battery brands to spare part conglomerates. This was for about 1.5 years, we ran it that way until we realized that a lot of our users, people who have downloaded our application, they would actually also seek some form of certification and validation of their knowledge. Before I jump into what Mechanic TV is, I'm sure there are a lot of questions in your minds. Wanted to also spend some time talking about the 4 dimensions of challenges. One is that when you talk about mechanics, there are easily 4 different kinds of mechanics and based on the vehicles they service. So two-wheelers is obviously the most numerous among them. Car mechanics, tractor and truck mechanics. And I'm not even going into, the off-road vehicles. That's another space. A second problem is geographically being diffused. So it's very easy to get students to come into a classroom, but to train a mechanic, you need to go where they are. They are not ready to often let go of their livelihood to come and get trained. That's the second problem. The third problem is of language. So many of them are high school dropouts, as some of the statistics you would have seen already will tell you. So they are not comfortable with an English or a Hindi-based delivery. You need to convert the language of delivery into something that they understand. The fourth problem is, unlike fresh talent, which will receive the pedagogy for what it is and on face value, when somebody's already been in the craft for years, they are earning money off of it. If you go with a standard curriculum, they're often going to challenge the utility of various sections. And therefore, if you subject them to 40 hours or 30 hours, they are going to reject it at a very early stage of trying it out. So these are the 4 challenges. And what we have managed to do, or what we're trying to do, is train as many of them as possible. We're currently focused on two-wheeler and car. And we are focused on the Hindi-speaking side of it because that's obviously the largest geography. So our estimates suggest that close to 60% of mechanics speak or understand Hindi very well, and therefore our approach. So what is Mechanic TV? It's an Android application. We're not on iOS or on any other platform. We're not even on web currently. And so we're free to download. So search for Mechanic TV. The K stands for knowledge, though of course it's slightly ironical that most mechanics wouldn't know the spelling of knowledge the way we would spell it, so they would never miss or get that point, but for what it's worth. We have designed the interface to be very similar to YouTube because we know that a lot of mechanics pick up their information gaps, close their information gaps from YouTube. And there is an ecosystem of YouTuber mechanics, some of them having close to 1 million followers. I don't know how many of us are aware of them. We work extensively with YouTuber mechanics to deliver content, develop them quickly, and deliver them in a language that mechanics appreciate and understand. We have, thanks to our partnership with ASDC, which I'm going to speak a little more about down the line, we deliver certification courses. We have live doubt clearing sessions, practical sessions where we demonstrate how to repair and perform certain change jobs. We have live Q&As, and we have just opened up for sponsorship, so we have a few sponsors as well. Who are our partners? Of course, we learned a lot from our initiatives and work that we've done along with ASDC. Just recently signed up in June with Don Bosco ITI Kurla. Starting December, we have signed up with HP Lubricants and Loctite as brand sponsors, and Schaeffler is another German OES major, who are coming on board as a sponsor. These are some key statistics. We have close to about 45,000 registrations. We have 10,000 monthly active users. They consume about 3 videos a day and spend about 13 minutes per day on Mechanic TV. So these are some statistics. A little bit about our maiden initiative with ASDC. We took about 6 months to deliver the first certification with ASDC on BS6 for two-wheeler mechanics. It's India's first purely online Hindi language-based certification for mechanics. Close to 460 have already subscribed. Of course, this number actually hides the true figure because for close to 1.5 years before that, BS6 for two-wheelers has been the core subject on Mechanic TV, so many of them have already learned for free from the platform. We want to launch 19 new certification courses this year. So going from 1 in 2 years, we want to do another 19 in the next 9 months. So that's a tall order, and we're hoping to achieve that. We actively seek support from many of you who are content experts and possess content, and we repurpose some of that for Mechanic TV and for the mechanics. we have a short video, if we can play that. This is testimonials by some of our mechanics, if that can be played. If possible, or else we could skip it. Let's skip it. I'll try and share it through the ASDC team. What are we going to do for this financial year? We want to reach 10,000 paid subscriptions. How is that going to be possible? We are at 10,000 monthly active users. We want to reach close to 50,000. And we're going to do that through on-ground activations and getting registrations from, people on ground. So that's really the objective. And this is, even now, if you look at 35 lakh mechanics, you'll realize that this is just scratching the surface. What we have in mind for Mechanic TV is really a super app. The three pillars that we are looking at for future is helping them learn, earn, and grow. And Mechanic TV in its current avatar is just about helping them learn. So that's really our vision. And wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about some of the challenges that we face when we create content. So we have scoured a lot of, online content available for automotive training. And our take on it is that this needs to be made much shorter. So if a course length in the past was, say, what is acceptable was, say, 40 hours, it's not going to work for mechanics. Primarily because most of these mechanics do not have access to a laptop or a desktop. They download our content on their mobile phones. So 70% of two-wheeler mechanics and about 80% of four-wheeler mechanics have a smartphone. When we look at the insight on Android Play Store, we realize that in any point in time, 10% of our users have less than 2 GB free data on their phone, which means that our app is likely to be a casualty the next time they need to free up space. And this is also a reason why it makes sense to think of it as a super app where a lot of other activities can happen on the app so that they don't have to delete or uninstall an app to install something else. So we have to relook at the way the content is delivered and what is an acceptable length because of some key challenges that come with the turf of being delivering training for mechanics. So this is our 2 bits. Again, I will repeat that we welcome outreaches from your side to develop certification courses rapidly for Mechanic TV and for our users. I think there's a huge opportunity here. I've made my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. We truly appreciate our partnership with Mechanic TV. I would request you to please join us on the stage. I'll also request Mr. Narsimham, Ms. Meenal, to join us on the stage, please. I request Mr. P.K. Kapse, ex-MD Aisha Motor and ASDC's expert group's chairperson to come on stage and felicitate the speakers. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi, Chairperson, NCVET. He is an IAS officer of 1984 batch and has worked across both central and state government. His experiences span across various departments and ministries, including Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of Punjab, NTPC, and Indian Railways. He is an engineer from University of Roorkee and done his master's in computer technology from IIT Delhi. He has also done his PhD from Thapar University, Patiala. We welcome you, sir. Right. Now I'll request our CFO, Mr. Piyush Garg, to welcome the guests. Now I'll give a brief on our career guide. It's a counseling tool for candidates to make career choices, managing career changes, lifelong career development for exploring their progression in automotive sector. Such details are also available on our website. This is for candidates' reference for future learning, also available in vernacular languages for easy access. I'll also request Mr. Arindam Lahiri and Mr. Sachin Gupta to join us on the stage. I request Dr. Kalsi to unveil our career guide. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Kalsiji to share his insights and message to us.
Can I close it? Mr. Vinod Agrawal ji, Mr. Ramashankar Pandey ji, Mr. Arindam Lahiri, friends, I'm extremely happy to be here with you on this occasion of your Annual Partners Forum 2022. I would like to share with you a few things about the work which this council is doing and how this council is faring as compared to the other sector skill councils in the skill ecosystem. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Lahiri that he has given a very, very good leadership to the council, and whenever any new idea comes to my mind, I always think of him for implementation of that idea. He has tried very sincerely. He is very well connected with the industry. He has always kept your interest absolutely at the top. And the kind of proposals which he has brought, the kind of qualifications which he has brought, I'm really proud of this council. Now, this sector itself is one of the most important sector. Mobility. And mobility is one area which is changing at a very fast pace. So tomorrow when we talk about mobility, we don't only talk about automobiles in the present form, but we talk about mobility in all forms. So I would like to advise the Sector Skill Council to further expand its already expanded vision and take into its fold all the areas which are going to come up in the next 5 years. I think in this regard, what can be done is that we can hold sort of a global conference by ASDC, wherein you discuss all the ideas so that all of you can understand the kind of business opportunities which are available, which are going to be available in next 2 years, next 5 years, next 10 years time, so that you can prepare for it. Now, NCVT is very closely working with all other stakeholders, including the University Grants Commission, the AICT, Sector Skill Councils. And we are trying to sort of align this entire skilling ecosystem to the requirements of every sector. So, number of measures which we have taken include NSQF aligned qualifications for skilling, for reskilling, for upskilling. And we have defined the levels very clearly, the input criteria very clearly, the number of hours of training which is required, what is the mix of the theoretical part of it, the practical part of it, and the on-the-job training part of it. Also, employability skills have been included as part and parcel of every skill qualification. And these employability skills, they constitute of various kind of skills like digital literacy, communication, English, financial and legal literacy, customer services, etc. So partly it's about 10% of the total syllabus which has been included. Similarly, we are also concentrating on the foreign language courses. In Mysore there is one institute of higher education which works on the international languages. So in the last National Skill Qualification Committee meeting, we have approved 10 international qualifications. So these would be increasingly available to all the sector skill councils as well. So when you are trying to get into business with any of the other countries, so that will really, really help you. Similarly, guidelines on multi-skilling, cross-sectoral skilling, national occupation standards, and specifically on the request of this particular sector, we also started now something called micro-credential. That means any skilling which is just 2 days or 3 days, because that was the requirement. Earlier, NCVT never considered any skilling which is less than, say, 80 hours. Number of notional hours less than 80 cannot be NSQF aligned. That was the past. But now we are even recognizing 2-day training program, that is 16 hours, and 3-day training programs, 5-day training programs. So individual NOSes, National Occupation Standards, can also be approved by the Council. Now in this era of digitization and automation, we want to make our engineering students, our polytechnic students, our ITI students future ready. And for this purpose, more than 160 new age and future qualifications, they have been approved by the Council. And these qualifications are in the area of Industry 4.0, which is AI, machine learning, IoT, robotics. So these are the basic fundamentals: mechatronics, cloud computing, blockchain, augmented and virtual reality, extended reality, etc., including cybersecurity. Then you get into futuristic disciplines where more than one technologies, they come together, and then you create a qualification. For example, drone technology or additive manufacturing, VLSI design, electronic system design, electronic vehicles, 3D printing, industrial Internet of Things, and so on. So these are extremely important to take our economy and our services sector forward, both manufacturing and services sector. And they're also in high demand as far as the international market is concerned. Also, now we are working on Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0, thinking about further qualifications which our Honorable Prime Minister has a vision to make India the global manufacturing hub. And in this direction, we are about to bring qualifications on autonomous robots, precision agriculture, predictive maintenance, simulation technologies, advanced data analysis, then horizontal and vertical system integration, big data analytics. Now, these are some of the areas. Now, besides this, we are also working with various OEMs. So far, we were developing our own qualifications through the SSCs, and only these qualifications are approved. But increasingly in the new world, especially in the world of technology, there are large number of OEMs which are already providing trainings. For example, Cisco, Oracle, Microsoft, IBM. Now, all these companies, they already have their standard programs. However, these programs were not really recognized for any kind of degree, diploma, or any certification for India. And whatever certificates they were giving were basically private certificates. So for the first time, we have talked about the national credit framework. That means every kind of learning is to be creditized. Every kind of learning with assessment will get credits. For 1200 hours in 1 year, you get 40 credits. So that means 30 hours per credit of learning. If you recall your engineering days, we used to have about 20 credits per semester, 40 credits per year. और कुछ मगू लोग होते थे, वो 4 क्रेडिट एक्स्ट्रा लेते थे, अरिंदम जैसे. So now the same thing we are applying to school education, to skilling, and it is available across skilling, school education, higher education, and experiential learning. It's available. And you can add up your credits, you can put them into academic bank of credits, and you can redeem these credits for a certificate, for a diploma, for a degree. And based on that, you will get your certificate, your diploma, your degree. And these OEM programs can also be attached with that. Now, for example, NASSCOM is working with us very closely. NASSCOM found that the number of students from the engineering colleges, they never had the foundational skills. So they designed programs. They said, all right, we will provide them with foundational skills. So in consultation with AICT, we designed these programs, NASSCOM and AICT together. And these programs are now part of the NSQF aligned qualifications, which are available in, say, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th semester. Similarly, for engineering, 1 semester of internship, that means almost 600 hours of internship with the project, will get you 20 credits. And now those internship courses have been designed. And Arindam has also designed a number of courses which are now available for the higher education system. So this national credit framework is going to be the game changer in the entire scheme of things, which will really integrate skilling into every part of education. Ultimately, for any higher education course, you may have to have at least 25% of the skilling courses or interdisciplinary courses. If somebody is doing an engineering, he could get engineering and mechanical engineering, उसमें डिग्री मिल गई और माइनर उसको मिल गया इकोनॉमिक्स में या हिस्ट्री में या ज्योग्राफी में. So 25% you will be able to do in other areas as well. Also, we are working on something called blended learning. That means now we're using the power of technology, power of internet. So part of the training program is delivered online. Of course, it is curated. Of course, you very closely monitor the progress of the student. And part has to be physical. सब कुछ online नहीं जा सकता. So there has to be a right mix. That's why it's called blended learning. So physical and digital. So it's very, it will enhance the access, equity, affordability, while ensuring quality and accountability. Especially for the Divyangs, this is going to be very important. Similarly, we've also started skilling, and we are asking the sector skill councils to give us the qualifications and the material in the local languages, in the Indian languages. There are 22 Indian languages. तो जहाँ जहाँ कोर्स ऑफर हो रहा है, उस प्रांत की भाषा में उसको ट्रांसलेट करना ज़रूरी है. अगर लेवल 3 या 4 पे एक बच्चा ट्रेनिंग करना चाह रहा है और उसको अंग्रेजी का पता ही नहीं, तो क्वालिफिकेशन में क्या पढ़ेगा, क्या सीखेगा, उसको पता ही नहीं कि मुझे what I am expected to know after I complete this course. So what will I do? So that is a must. और अरिंदम जी, इसमें थोड़ा सा आपको तेजी लाने की ज़रूरत है अब, and especially the content. Another very important thing I would like to mention कि इसमें अभी जो एक सर्विसमैन वाला एक झगड़ा चल रहा है, अभी हम लोगों ने इसके पहले ही, इस स्कीम के आने से पहले ही हम लोगों ने इनफैक्ट डिसाइड कर लिया कि जो ऑलरेडी लोग आर्मी में काम कर रहे हैं, they go through extreme kind of skilling throughout their career. But however, they don't get any credits for those those are not creditized for giving them any certificate, diploma or degree. For the first time, we are working with IGNOU, wherein 50% of their credits would be counted based on their skilling in the army, and 50% they will earn through the IGNOU courses. And दोनों को मिला के उनको ग्रेजुएशन की डिग्री साथ में मिलेगी. और उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा रोल जो है वो आपकी सेक्रेटरी काउंसिल का रहने वाला है, बिकॉज ऑफ देयर मैकेनिकल डिवाइसेस. तो उस बारे में भी आप सोच लें. अभी उस बारे में आपने बिल्कुल काम नहीं किया होगा, बिकॉज जो आर्मी के ट्रक्स वगैरह हैं, उनकी गन्स हैं, उनके करियर्स हैं, वो सारे आपको देखने पड़ेंगे. And then another thing, we have signed an agreement with every council. Now, under this agreement, we have basically authorized the council to take their own decision. Now, the Auto Sector Skill Council can actually take their own decision, appoint their own training partners, go the way they like, and they are accountable to NCVT and to the government for the quality of training. तो अगर किसी भी बच्चे में कोई कमी मिले तो अब आपको पता है कि किसको पकड़ना है. वो अरिंदम जी को पकड़ना है, बिकॉज इनकी 100% जिम्मेदारी है. अब इनको सारी पावर्स दे दी गई हैं, जिस सेंटर को मर्जी चलाएं, जिसको मर्जी बंद करें, जिसको मर्जी पनिशमेंट दें, जब जो मर्जी करें, और वो इनकी एफिलिएशन के बिना नहीं चल सकते. सो सिंगल पॉइंट अकाउंटेबिलिटी दैट हैज बीन इंश्योर्ड. So I keep hearing very good things about this council and about all of you. And he has a lot of good words to say. और मैंने देखा जब भी इनको ज़रूरत पड़ती है किसी भी सपोर्ट की, तो इनको पूरी सपोर्ट हर तरफ से मिलती है, खास करके विनोद अग्रवाल जी से या पांडे जी से. ये हमेशा ही जो मदद है ये मिलती है, तो मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ. और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इन द टाइम्स टू कम दिस काउंसिल विल परफॉर्म इवन बेटर. यू आर ऑलरेडी वन ऑफ द टॉप परफॉर्मिंग काउंसिल्स इन द स्किल इकोसिस्टम एंड यू विल गो फॉर. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir, for your continuous support and guidance. I would now like to invite Mr. Ramashankar Pandey, Managing Director, Hella India Lighting Limited, and ASDC's Governing Council member, for a special address. He is one of the youngest professional CEO, an entrepreneur and brand builder with innovative business models. He is an EC member and chairman of Aftermarket Committee at ACMA India. Welcome you, sir.
Senior Baljit Singh Kalsi ji, Vinod Agarwal ji, it gives me immense satisfaction when we started this conference today, this morning. And I think from a vision setting point of view, we are already there. And now the opportunity for our council and all of us as partners to this council is immense. And as you mentioned regarding the current defense recruitment topic, what is going on, I was just looking at numbers, which we just released now, also part of this career guide booklet, and 32 million is something employment which is connected to automotive domain. So as an industry, directly or indirectly, 32 million लोगों को हम लोगों के इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम में जगह है. And at the same time, there is a gap, which means opportunity. We as training partners, we as industry, automotive industry, there's an immense opportunity that this growth only can come from here. And since morning, something came very strong, and I think Kalsi ji, aapne bhi jaise bataya, ASDC and the face of it is Mr. Arindam, that there is a good reputation this council has got now, and there's a turnaround of image. Now, this is like a base camp for us, and we can actually fly from here. across all stakeholders, the goodwill of the council has been made with support of Agarwal Sahab, what Mr. Vinod Agarwal, and I think in all our internal meetings when we see, the kind of vision setting is clear. The kind of support from industry, जो कलसी साहब ने भी कहा कि जो भी अरिंदम जी को ज़रूरत होती है, इंडस्ट्री में कोई ना कोई आगे आ जाता है, कोई ना कोई आगे आके उस प्रोजेक्ट को सपोर्ट कर देता है. Which means from this 32 million where we are, it is in our hand to go for a higher opportunity. And we are talking about global now. I met some of the people here who are bringing global employment in the room. They have the connect that we will train people here, and on the money of those employers. Amazing. You know, I was in Middle East, and I was talking to very senior people there in the government, and they were telling that they could build the economy of the whole Middle East with the skill and talent of India. That's they are clearly accepting. And now they are telling if India gives the talent, and if they have the money, whatever capital, they can now land up into Africa. Complete territory of Africa, they can actually get on the business cycles, which means for all of us, and we saw from the morning when our chief guest said about, when Prime Minister himself said, demand side, we are doing so much, where is the aspiration? I think that is something we need to tackle. I think that is in the center of our issue and our opportunity to grow, is where is the aspiration for skilling? And somebody said diploma, there was a very good proposal, interesting best practices sharing, that if you have a diploma, you know, somebody will marry his daughter with that person. But otherwise, with skilling certificate, the question is, and I think the same question I'll ask even my father and even myself, will I marry my daughter to somebody with this certificate? A long way to go. A long way to go. Because people will not understand it. To make it understandable, the demand side of skilling has to come. And all these suggestions since morning regarding big convocation ceremony, I think somewhere automotive industry with 32 million, I think the image of it, the marketing part of it, I guess we all have to work together. That what we are contributing, if we market it well, marketing is generally feels like an airy-fairy thing. It is very solid, strong thing to communicate the value we are creating, the employability we are creating. You know, the other day, I was hiring some data scientists, because nowadays all is work from home. You won't imagine, these skills are so rare and so much in mass demand now, that a person is having 1, 2, or 3 offer, still maximizing, and the salary is growing double, triple in no time. And they are sometimes working 2 shifts, 3 shifts, 2 jobs at a time. This is the current situation. And it's amazing when I see these guys were so confident in demanding, and companies are going to them almost where they are sitting. They are not ready to come back to office. They will work from their home, which means skill has a power. But to market it properly, I think our industry has to work together. To summarize, I think we have a very interesting session after this as well, and we will see some of the latest technology part of it. But utilizing all the supply side, we are very confident we are, with the current council strength, with the partner strength, we will take a leap. But we all have to work on the demand side. What we are doing on the aspiration side. And if we able to do, कलसी जी ने कहा कि जहां हम 80 घंटे का करते थे, अभी 16 घंटे का कर रहे हैं. Which means what? Micro apprenticeship. You know, all these data scientist guy, when I was interviewing, they are picking up skill themselves here and there. वो जाके ले रहे हैं. तो वो दिन कब आ सकता है? When this credit system will work. Where we have this collective credit like in our engineering days. So all the discussion today we followed is looking like we are at the cusp of a big change where skilling ecosystem will be more demand driven, more cut into micro level, not on a 6 months, 1 year, 2 year or 3 year skilling, courses, but with micro apprenticeship, and you can come up with this overall aspirational level, we will succeed. And it is here all the entrepreneurs in this room need to make money out of this because this is an industry. So if we can grow that opportunity, there will be a business case for it. And generally people ask this, is there a business case or this is a charity? It is a pure business case, but it has to be linked with the demand side. And I just told you somebody making that skill as a scarce is also a marketing angle, which is aspirational part of it. And I'm sure the Sarojini Nagar example which was given, I think now 60,000-70,000 we have done at ASDC, right? So just a year back or 2 years back, this was not there. But now since we focused, we were able to create around 60,000 of these independent technicians. And with more and more IT, you saw Hero doing this OBD device, because now vehicles have to be serviced more on and that's why the women participation will increase, because it is on a laptop. When I deal with HELA, for example, Goodman Diagnostics, they are all on tablets. All the error codes are there. Just like we troubleshoot a mobile, we troubleshoot a vehicle. And then those error codes have a repair and maintenance instruction. So which means the way we are moving, supply side is ready. And I'm very thankful with all the kind words for the council we received today across all the speakers this morning. And at the same time, we all are looking forward, can we touch the aspirational side of it, demand side of it, and make it, with the country today obsessed with degree and designation, you always see, you give your visiting card, the whole way of interaction will change. So what is that? I work for German companies in past and even now, I see a very different, way of evaluating people there. The skill evaluation. They all love to talk about, they're experts. Here we all are like manager, general manager, CEOs, that's dedication oriented. There we see experts are commanding the power. When will be that day when experts will command the power? When we'll market it properly? So I'm not only thankful to the speakers today, but also very thankful to the all the partners who are able to put us, and all the presentation we saw, that all successful best practices have this angle, that how you were able to fully place, and not only place, but give a sustainability and a good marketing angle to it, with good convocation of it. So again, thank you, Mr. Kalsi, for this kind words to us today. It motivates us. It makes us even take higher goal, and our aspiration also is increasing. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now I would request Mr. Vinod Agarwal, President ASDC, to felicitate Dr. Kalsi ji. Thank you, sir. Requesting Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO ASDC, to felicitate Mr. Ramashankar Pandey. Thank you. And with this, we would like to request my colleague and co-host, Mr. Asim, to take this forward with the next thematic session.
ठीक है बेटा। So thank you, and thank you all for the patience. Moving forward, I will say that we have been seeing how our training partners are adding value to the skilling ecosystem while nurturing their relationship with ASDC. So let me call upon few more partners to talk on new opportunities and discuss few case studies, starting with electric vehicle training, NPTC Wales, UK. So let me call upon Mr. Gagan Agarwal, Education Business Specialist, who provides educational institutions and business with niche value by delivering high-quality skill-based programs and working closely to establish new services in this area. His role as an Indian associate for the NPTC group of colleges is to bring opportunities for students and teachers from the NPTC group of colleges in a wide range of subjects, such as civil engineering, agriculture, hospitality, and drones in the Indian market. As a result of his efforts, the NPTC group of colleges has established cross-border collaborations with Indian institutions and appropriate government agencies. May I call upon Mr. Gagan Agarwal to be on stage, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to ASDC. I've been involved with the ASDC for almost a year now. We started with a very small project that just came out of a casual conversation with Arindamji and Garima, and it led to a bigger opportunity with the FCDO, and we delivered a teachers training program right at the peak of COVID. And hats off to the team. They managed to pull off a great event. We had almost like 50 trainers who participate in our online training, and now we are discussing many new opportunities as well. So I won't take much time. I'll quickly tell you about our college. We are a 100-year-old institution in the UK. We are based in the Welsh part of UK. It started as a mining college, but now we are one of the largest college in the UK that has specializations in every possible vocational skill sector that you can think of. So we are here in India for almost 4 years now, but our activities with ASDC are growing day by day. Beyond EV, also we are looking at other areas to work with them on motor vehicles and possibly drones in the automotive sector as well. So just to give you a background about the college, these are the accolades that the college has. We are #1 training provider in the Wales. During the conversations and discussions in the morning, we heard about apprenticeships, internships, credits. So this is something that is very, very integral to the European ecosystem. We heard the gentleman from GIZ. Similarly, in the UK, the apprenticeship system is very, very strong. But the way it is delivered is very different from the way it's delivered in India. Most students in the UK, they come to college part-time, and part-time is like they come to college about 2 days in a week, and 3 days they spend on the side with the client. So, but apprenticeship is very well defined by the industry and the institute together, and that's how the apprenticeship and on-the-job training becomes a lot more important and interesting for the student, because he's learning and practicing at the same time. So what we did with ASDC was we delivered a virtual training of electric vehicles. This was delivered via our electronic platform, and everything was virtual. All the lectures were virtual. We showed them the electric cars over video. It was an interactive vocational package. It was an online synchronous program. And then ASDC team also wanted an asynchronous delivery. So we added that as well to the program. So these are some of the snippets and pictures from the delivery that we did with ASDC. These are actual live training photographs when we were running the program with ASDC. On the left side, you see the charts from our LMS platform that our learners were asking questions to the trainers. So what it led was that we offered the training. There was a NPTC endorsement. This was a college certificate. I think from a batch of 30, about 12 people passed our assessment, and they were formally certified by the college. So these are just to tell you more about what we do in the motor industry. We've got some recent awards in the motor industry as well. We are one of the leading colleges in the UK offering motor industry qualifications, both in the IC engine sector and electric vehicle sector. So this is one of the award ceremonies where the college received award. Both these trainers whom you see, the one on my left and the one on the middle, they've also been assessed by ASDC, and they are approved trainers under the NSDC ecosystem as well. These are some of our EV and hybrid equipments that we have in the college. So when the training happened, the electronic training, video training was delivered on these actual vehicles via electric vehicle rig as well. So some other photographs. So the positive impact is that the training has been exceedingly well received. Even our trainers in the UK were pleased to have the local trainers from India trained by them. The kind of technical conversation that was done from the India side with them was really pleasing. They really liked it. The training ecosystem in UK is also very different. Training system is also according to the level. So if a teacher is delivering a level 3 qualification in the UK, he must be at least level 5 certified. Whereas in India, we are used to the engineering qualifications and PhD qualifications. So the levels of qualifications are different, but hands-on training even for the teachers is lot more in the UK than it is here. So this is the gap that we would like to address through our teachers training program. So just we are announcing a new batch with ASDC on the 13th of September. I think the registration is open. Garima is in touch with me. So we hope to have at least 15 candidates to start with. This will be a British program aligned to the EV qualification pack of ASDC. So we've reviewed that and assigned the British qualifications around a EV pack of India. So in one of the other presentations, we heard about internationalizing the Indian qualifications. In some way with ASDC, we've already done it. This is a college certificate. We can bring a British awarding partner as well if the market demands it, but this product is already global. So EV qualification pack from India, completely aligned to the British standard, delivered by British trainers. This is what we will be doing. So just to give you a background about electric vehicle awareness is a level 1 qualification in the UK. Then the second level is related to emergency and recovery personnel. We've heard a lot of stories about Indian EV batteries catching fire as well. So that is covered in the level 2 aspect in the UK as well. So they've looked at a lot of case studies from India, and many of this is covered in the level 2 program. There's another level 2 which is only on the maintenance and repair activities as well. Then there is a higher level program as well for repair and replacement. So that's very much about us. We are here to work in this sector, and any which way we can contribute and work with ASDC, we are more than happy to look into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, let's hear about some case studies from our next training partner, Learnit Skills Limited, which is a joint initiative of NSDC and SchoolNet India Limited. On CNG kit fitment technician by Mr. Abhishek Singh, National Head at Learnit Skill Limited. He brings in more than 16 years of experience in conceptualizing and implementing social infrastructure, business covering education and skill development. He has been associated with Learnit Skills since last 14 years. By qualification, he is Executive Post-Diploma in Management from IIM COZIT and completed his graduation in Industrial and Production Engineering. Currently leading a multidisciplinary 3,000 plus team members spread across 24 states in the country, skilling 2 lakh people annually. So may I invite Mr. Abhishek Singh to be on stage.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Asif. I think I'm the second last speaker before the lunch. But could I assure you the journey that we had for the CNG fitment training would make a lot of training partners very excited, a lot of industry very excited the way it has been done. And with permission of ASDC and Anandam sir, probably this is a case study of Sahyogita se Atmanirbharta. It is a case study of collaboration to self-independent way. And the whole idea of this is that when we started this journey, it was during the pandemic, so that between the second and the third wave, when the CNG fitment training concept came in place, and when we started having conversation with ASDC and our partner Green Gas Limited, and a case study of how collaboration could create a future prospect of the training initiative, which is replicable, which is a need of our, and which the say 90% of India need if we move beyond the metros where we currently stay in. So the Green Gas Limited came up with a lot of insight in terms of how the content need to be created. ASDC helped us to structure the content. As a training provider, we gave insight about understanding the survey where it is needed. And this is a true story of a demand-based model where there is a demand from the industry, the need has come, and accordingly the entire content and everything that has been worked upon. Now when we get into, say, the implementation part of it, probably the most important part of it is how do you structure it so that it could become a scalable model. I would say it is at the POC stage, wherein we have trained, we have touched upon 120 youth, 4 districts of UP, and a model which is more into a plug and play. So we moved from location to location between pandemic 2 and between pandemic 3 cycle that came in to ensure that 120 youth are reached out to. The training is still continued, but the initial success of it, what we have seen has showed us that out of 60 candidates who got trained in, 53 is already into a job, which touched upon around 83% of the people got employed. This is a back-to-back a placement linked skill development program where industry was upfront willing to offer a candidate a job because there's a huge requirement. Probably what I understand, there are 3.6 million CNG fitment kits manufactured every year with a very rational growth of 10%, probably it will develop into by 2027. So that's the scope that it's create. And when we looked at the opportunity from the aspirational side, when we looked at, say, the youth willing to, we have a mix of batch. So 50% of the youth who joined the training program were 10th, 12th. Rest 50% of them from the ITI and engineering and diploma background. So it means that it matches the aspiration of the large segment. So it covers what we call, which a lot of diligent in the morning said about skill for all and skill everywhere. So skill for all touch upon the segment of it, and skill everywhere touch upon the way it has been implemented. The major impact, say the life that we touch upon, where Jai Bharat Maruti Group was one of the key industry partner, where we had commitment of people getting recruited. They played a very critical role in each of the value chain. Learned it from last, say, a decade or so, when we talked about that 2.1 million people has been trained around. And when we started the journey, so if I can touch upon how Learned got created, why we got into skilling, probably the company which I'm representing got formed only demand based, because we're working with large industry cluster, we had large industry presence, and we got into skilling because there was huge requirement of skilled manpower. That's how the journey of Learned in 2006 started, with one of the sector. Now we are into a 23 sector where the value chain for us still holds value, which we initiated or created in 2006-07, which I feel that probably the short-term training currently being based upon. That the demand need to be created upon so that we can reach such outcome where industry participate. People like, say, Jai Bharat Group, people like, say, the group like Universal Auto Works, which gives opportunity for the candidate in Ayodhya, train in Ayodhya, place in Ayodhya. So it's also cut upon the requirement of the local need. And I believe it has huge case study for getting into a self-employment entrepreneurship model. And with the success of pilot that we had, probably this established that this is the upcoming thing that probably needs focus, which got, I think the QP got created, or the say standard, which is in the process of getting created. We have a POC in place where industry has completely endorsed the training quality. Industry has endorsed the 400 plus hour of training. Industry has endorsed the people who have been trained out of this 400 hours of training as a skilled manpower. The average out, they get around 15 to 16,000 rupees per month, an annual CTC of around 1.6 lakh to 2 lakh per month. This is the impact which is at the very initial stage of the career. And the most important part of it, it is a sustained initiative. Sustained when we talk about the environment, sustained when we talk about candidate being trained and part of the trainings. The first batch of, say, 30 who got placed in the month of, say, in the month of April, May last, say, in the month of December, January last year, still working. So there is a retention in it, which has been one of the problem in the skill value chain when we as a training provider or we as a TP ecosystem understand that how do you enable a candidate to retain in a job. And this only happens if we have such case study.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रक्षक शर्मा है। मैं आगरा का रहने वाला हूं और मैंने बीटेक तक पढ़ाई करी है। पढ़ाई के बाद कुछ खास सफलता नहीं मिल पाई और मुझे आगरा में सीएनजी किट फिटमेंट टेक्नीशियन ट्रेनिंग के बारे में पता चला और मैंने यहाँ पर रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया। रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद जैसे ही हमारी ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट हुई तो हमारे जो ट्रेनर हैं और जो कोऑर्डिनेटर है उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से हमें गाइड किया और यहाँ पे जो ट्रेनिंग होती है वो प्रोजेक्टर और आधुनिक उपकरणों के साथ में होती है और हमें जो किट हमें फिटमेंट के लिए दी जा रही है उसके सारे कंपोनेंट्स भी हमें अच्छे से समझाए जा रहे हैं। ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं पूरी तरह आश्वस्त हूँ कि मैं कार में खुद सीएनजी किट फिटमेंट कर सकता हूं और ये मुझे आगे भी बहुत मदद करेगा मेरे करियर में। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा ASDC ग्रीन गैस लिमिटेड और लर्नेड स्किल को, जो कि हमारे प्रोग्राम के ट्रेनिंग पार्टनर हैं, जिन्होंने मेरी मदद करी। धन्यवाद।
मेरा नाम सोनू है, मैं हरियाणा से रहने वाला हूं और मैंने 10th प्लस ITI की हुई है और फिर यहाँ पर मेरे मामा जी ने बताया कि आगरा के अंदर CNG किट फिट मैकेनिकल के बारे में बताया। मैंने यहाँ पर रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया और फिर मेरे को यहाँ पर प्रैक्टिकल और प्रोजेक्टर के द्वारा पढ़ाया और लिखाया जाता है, समझाया जाता है और यह ट्रेनिंग पूरी करने के बाद मैं CNG किट लगा सकूँगा और यहाँ से CNG ASDC और लर्निंग स्किल को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हमें यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छी से समझाया जाता है।
So we were able to achieve this, say, a small step, a small journey that we started. Some extent probably able to justify the work that we have been handed over by ASDC in terms of helping to create this curriculum, giving the perspective from the aspirational side of it, what youth need, what they aspire for, where are the industry, how the entire mapping would be done. But this not have been possible because of except the partner that we are working upon. And a strong value chain that is needed to ensure that every stakeholder plays a very critical role here. Now we have seen with the experience that LearnIt had that we always had a standard that industry first comes on board, share their requirement, and then the training starts. But probably that was not the whole which will help us to achieve the outcome. Industry need to participate, and that's the request probably as a training provider I have come up with, that industry need to participate. If you want to cut your cost in your own training, if you want to see people productive, having efficiency in terms of the way you want them to work, probably industry need to engage further into the entire skill value chain of engaging with a training provider. And this is a test case of it, where when you engage industry in the mobilization process, where you reach out to the candidate, where they have an understanding that what are the jobs, where are the jobs, what are they going to get out after say 1.5, 2 months of training, where are the career progression, what a BTech guy will reach, or an ITI guy will reach after this training, or a 10, 12 guy will reach after this training, what are the other avenue of the skilling that they get into after completion of this training program. If you are clear about this thought process and where employer comes on board, probably that's the retention, that's the kind of retention that you achieve. And with participation, probably you need to have a very focused counseling wherein all those things are touched upon. Looking at a candidate-centric approach, ensuring that the candidate who is getting into the ecosystem stays in the industry for a longer time. If that's built, probably a training partner ecosystem sustain, a Skill India ecosystem sustain, and we could become, say, a skill capital of the world. And as an organization, probably there's no other nation-building activity than building skill, because you're giving skill to somebody which will help him to grow, earn. And these are some snapshot of where the program has been, say, implemented with support of ASDC, with support of our industry partner, which helped us to achieve that. The training is still going on, and probably this case study could encourage a lot of partner. The POC has been done. We are here to answer any doubts with challenges that we faced initially. But there is a case study for all training provider to get into this. And India is a huge market. We have only touched upon 4 districts of India, part of UP. I think there are thousands of people probably that could be touched upon month on month, year on year, to reach the demand which I talked about, 7.1 CNG fitment kit that need to be get manufactured by 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. I must say, in today's era, the use of CNG vehicles may help our environment to become greener, and with such great initiatives, we can all contribute to save our planet. Let me call upon our next training partner, Mr. Sukhpreet Singh, who is presently working in the capacity of Center Head at Siemens Center of Excellence, NIT Kurukshetra, heading operations. He has 20 years working experience with both industry and academia, managing skills, project and business related to technical and executive skilling for both government and non-government initiatives. By now, he has enabled more than 10,000 candidates to industry-ready programs and also supported them on avenues of career progressions, entrepreneurship, research, and industry consulting. He has worked with Safe Express, ICFAI University, ABD-funded HPKVN skill projects, and Bennett Coleman Group before joining Siemens Center of Excellence at NIT Kurukshetra. He is credited with project management, industry integration, and research consulting work during his tenure at S Center of Excellence. Mr. Sukhpreet Singh, to electrify the audience with their presentation on Industry 4.0. Sir, please.
Thank you. So, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is very difficult to electrify at this stage, but I'll try my best. So, interestingly, I have been the last speaker, and I've been listening to all the quality information which I could gather, and there are a lot of inputs which I take from here, and that is the value addition which I'll take. I'll be speaking more about Industry 4.0 and COE as a how COE can actually value add in this entire ecosystem, because I represent a center of excellence with NIT Kurukshetra, and I must sensitize this forum that the optimal utilization of center of excellence is very far distant so far, but although the potential of center of excellence has been not been explored to its extent. So let me first discuss with you my understanding of Industry 4.0. So when we say that a factory is a smart factory, what exactly we are touching, or what are the areas we are talking about? So these are some of the things which we are discussing: digital twin, additive manufacturing, AI, ML, AR, VR, so all big data analysts. So all these things are integral part of Industry 4.0. Now, when we say that a particular manufacturing unit has moved from 3.0 to 4.0, we are actually saying that all these areas are being there present now with that manufacturing unit. It is smart in nature. So when the factory is so smart, that means the worker or the force which is driving that factory has to be smart. Now we need to understand that how this force is developed, how this force is skilled, and how we can actually make them enable use these kind of advanced technologies which are coming in place. Look at the solutions which automotive industry is targeting or they have already achieved. So when we say digital twin may be a new word for someone who is a learner, but for an industry, when we say digital twin, they are basically looking at simulation of the entire plant. They are also looking at simulation of each process of plant. So every process need to be simulated and the entire plant need to be simulated. So any new plant which has to be manufactured, there has to be a digital twin for them. There should be a simulated model for them which should take real-time values, and it should be optimized before you can actually start the construction or start the installation of machinery. So there it supports green technology in a big way. So this is the area we are talking about. When we say additive manufacturing, so it is a big area which is growing in Indian market, where we are saying that now if you want to even make that one part in an automotive industry has a lot of spares, and these spares keep on changing. There is an optimization, there is an improvement which is doing. So if you want to develop that one prototype, now you need not to do the entire process. You can scan that prototype through a 3D scanner. You can have that printing done in a 3D printer, and you can see if that prototype is meeting your quality requirements. So what we are talking here is we are trying to reduce the time frame with the help of technology. So this is the pace which we are discussing. So while we are discussing this pace, we also have to say, let us say all these technologies are there in the industry, then where is the manpower? So all these resources which industry would need in another 2 years, 3 years, now we need to develop those industry through our skill ecosystem. And all the training partners, all the institutions which are engaged in it, they should also have similar kind of infrastructure which can support in skilling. Now these all infrastructures are very expensive otherwise, softwares and hardwares. Now how do we do that? That's a challenge. Interestingly, when customer enter any, for any purchase of a vehicle, whether it is a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, they will talk about the features which that two-wheeler or four-wheeler may have. So do it has a system of GPS, do it has a system, is it intelligent vehicle? So there is a lot of curiosity in checking on the features, and that is from where the competition is coming. But look at the stats. When you understand Indian market, so let us say if a vehicle, I add 25,000 rupees of cost in a vehicle, and I charge customer 25,000 rupees extra, you will see that not even 50% of people are willing to pay that additional cost. So what we are saying is technology need to grow from here to there, and the customer is not ready to pay the cost, not even 25,000. Now that is an interesting concept. Now how do we deal with it? Because it involves a lot of R&D. It also involves a lot of, initially you need to incur a capex. You also need to put right people in place, and then you will get those solutions. How do we deal with it? Here you will have something called last mile solutions from Center of Excellence. It is a wonderful concept, and I must share the infrastructure which we have here at NIT Kurukshetra, 11 laboratories, all industry grade, all having infrastructure with which we can provide solutions to industry and to the learner. So with one hand we are doing work for industry, and with other hand we are also helping the learners to understand that technology and to implement it by doing some hands-on. I can see from the discussion which is happening that there is a lot of demand which is going to come tomorrow in additive manufacturing, product designing, and CAM programming. You will have those requirements as a skilling requirements. Now, one is the theory part of it. Like you can give a 2 weeks or a 4 weeks or a self-learning module to them, and they should be knowing the technology. But what is about the hands-on? You will get those hands-on in those COEs where you have these industry-grade infrastructures available. These are some of the solutions which we do for industry. Yesterday, I was with an automotive industry in Rohtak, and they were discussing on something requirement related to reverse engineering for a two-wheeler segment, and we are providing them some solutions there. So you will see that reverse engineering is one thing which we are dealing with. Third thing, product designing, we deal with product designing and development for research organization, Government of India, the best research organization. They give us those requirements to solve their problems, and we give them prototype up to prototype development. So what we are doing is we are actually working as an industry for the industry. On the other side, when I talk about students, so NIT students, they are being given programs through us. They are also being given internships through us. They are being given experiments through us. They are also being given problems through us. We engage them in the industry level of work. So what it enables is, it enables them to understand the skill and also to implement the skill. The beautiful solution which NIT has come out with is that they are flexible now with their approach that they should also join other institutions, other governing bodies, other skill councils, where any student from outside, if they want to practice, if they want to do hands-on, if they want to learn any particular skill, they can come under an MOU with us, and they can use our infrastructure for them. So this is an opportunity for all of you. These are some of the programs which we have built in, and like one of my the friend, he was sharing that we need programs from 16 hours, not bigger programs. So we can see that we have programs from 16 hours, and it can go up to 150 hours depending on the requirement, depending on the technology. We have also gone to a level of designing on-demand trainings. So let us say this one person require a skill. We give him an on-demand training that you will get this skill through a program, and we design that program. So look at the flexibility with which COEs are working within an academic institution. These are the programs which are listed by us, although we are now in process of offering close to 100 programs. So these are 38. We have added 70 new in this. There is something called dual certification which we have worked out with ASDC. This will be shortly reaching you, all the academic institutions. This is basically on automotive digital manufacturing. So what all modules we are covering here, I have mentioned here. A student will, or a learner will get an exposure to actually work on the line. They will also be learning robotic applications. They will be, and we are working out where they will come to NIT Kurukshetra and they will do the hands-on on those robots. We use this infrastructure for students to do that hands-on. Through my clip, I like to share some of the work where students are engaged. So if you can see down, so these are some of the students who have worked on a small trolley, and they have used waste material of industry to make that trolley, a MIG trolley, which can be further used in a train. This is a simulated model of a robotic process. So this has been designed within our lab by involving our students. So we give them information and they have to work on it. These skills are very much required in future, but to build manpower to that extent, we need to have those programs doing now. This is the design which we have done. This is not the actual design because we cannot reveal the design, but this is like a simulation for that same design and where the testing is also done. And this is a small reverse engineering we have done. This cost, if you go to it's not an Indian part, so if you purchase it in automotive industry, it may cost you 70,000. Our students have done it for 2,000 rupees. So you look at the price change which they have brought. Such kind of cost reduction can actually happen at COEs, and I request the forum that to explore that opportunity and to engage COEs wherever it is required. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So may I request Dr. K.C. Vora, CEO, College of Engineering, Pune, BHAU Institute, former Senior Deputy Director and Head ARI, Academic Chairperson ASDC Expert Group on Electric Vehicle, to facilitate our partners Mr. Abhishek Singh and Mr. Sukhpreet Singh. Please be on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As we approach at the end of a very insightful day, full of learning, I would like to invite Mr. Piyush Garg, CFO, ASDC, to extend the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Aseem. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a lovely day to have a wonderful chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal ji, Secretary MSD, guest of honor Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi, Chairperson NCVET, Mr. Vedmani Tiwari, and officiating CEO NSDC, distinguished guest Mr. Vinod Agrawal, President ASDC and Managing Director of VE Commercial Vehicles Limited, and all the dignitaries and training partners who joined from all the country to help us in making this event a success after a 2 years break because of the historic COVID-19. Thank you all. I would also like to thank our esteemed participants at the session who are the leading luminaries from the automotive sector and related disciplines for enriching the discourse with their invaluable thoughts and ideas. It has truly been a very enriching session. Thank you all. Any forum the scale requires multi-stakeholders, collaboration and commitment. A big thanks to our sponsors and partners for their support, who have been instrumental in not only making the occasion possible, but also successful. The automotive sector is expected to undergo a tremendous change over the next decade, and it is the commitment of ASDC to give its best in delivering a future-oriented skilled workforce. We thank our partners, Learned Skills Limited, SPIWD, MTA Frosties India Private Limited, Banyan Education Services, Caroliner, Snap-on, Aisher Bus and Trucks, Mercer Metal, EduVantage, TVS Training and Services Limited, Green Gas Limited, Honda Motor Company, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Prerna Engineering Education Group Private Limited, ProExcel Services Private Limited, Growth Source, Prima Competencies, AAMC Training India Private Limited. Thank you all. Last but not the least, thanks to the audience and our friends from the media for supporting the forum. Thank you everyone for being a part of this initiative, and hope to see you all at the ASDC annual conclave, which is expected to happen in September 2022. Thank you all. With this, I would request you to proceed for lunch. Thank you.